inclusion and focusing on safety and health. Empowering communities around us. Building long-term, transparent and trust-based relationships with every stakeholder. Make tomorrow by creating future-ready solutions. With our fully integrated operations, from mining operations, manufacturing plants, and steel processing centers, to our wide range of products and customized services and solutions, we have a steely grip on the future. Our prudent future-focused acquisitions ensure we have a global presence and an expanded suite of capabilities that allow us to unlock the full potential of steel. We're focused on making solutions that serve the needs of industries and individuals. Providing high-quality materials that go beyond steel. Pushing boundaries to create stronger solutions, better solutions. Pushing boundaries of digital technologies to build a smart, connected and seamless value chain. Reinventing how we connect, transact and engage with our customers. And with our strong focus on research and development, we're anticipating and addressing challenges of tomorrow, working with stakeholders to identify specialized, unconventional solutions that drive sustainability across the value chain. We're making solutions that address climate challenges of today and tomorrow, aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We are working towards being responsible steelmakers, being responsible steel suppliers, and helping our customers make sustainable choices. Tomorrow is ours to create, and together we can make it better, shape it better. Tomorrow holds great promise and also challenge, but we will make it together. Make tomorrow by fortifying today. Make tomorrow by making people our true strength. Consistently investing in growing our human, social and relationship capital. Building a diverse workforce. Cultivating a culture of inclusion and focusing on safety and health. Empowering communities around us. Building long-term, transparent and trust-based relationships with every stakeholder. Make tomorrow by creating future-ready solutions. With our fully integrated operations, from mining operations, manufacturing plants, and steel processing centers, to our wide range of products and customized services and solutions, we have a steely grip on the future. Our prudent future-focused acquisitions ensure we have a global presence and an expanded suite of capabilities that allow us to unlock the full potential of steel. We're focused on making solutions that serve the needs of industries and individuals. Providing high-quality materials that go beyond steel. Pushing boundaries to create stronger solutions, better solutions. Pushing boundaries of digital technologies to build a smart, connected and seamless value chain. Reinventing how we connect, transact and engage with our customers. And with our strong focus on research and development, we're anticipating and addressing challenges of tomorrow, working with stakeholders to identify specialized, unconventional solutions that drive sustainability across the value chain. We're making solutions that address climate challenges of today and tomorrow, aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We are working towards being responsible steelmakers, being responsible steel suppliers, and helping our customers make sustainable choices. Tomorrow is ours to create, and together we can make it better, shape it better. Tomorrow holds great promise and also challenge, but we will make it together. Make tomorrow by fortifying today. Make tomorrow by making people our true strength. Consist
Good morning, everyone. A We are commencing our BCC&I Packaging E-Conclave 2022. The theme of this year of the conclave is Indian Packaging Preparedness for Global Play. We have very eminent speakers with us. Now I would request Mr. P. Anand, mentor of the Next Gen Packaging Committee, BCC&I, and VP M&S, the Tin Plate Company of India Limited, to kindly deliver his welcome address. Over to Mr. P. Anand.
Thank you, Arnab. Welcome to the opening session of the BCC&I E-Conclave on Indian Packaging Preparedness for Global Play. Packaging is the third largest industry after food and energy in the world. It's about $900 billion, and it is showing a 7 to 8% growth year on year. And as we know, packaging, the role of packaging is multifaceted. We see packaging in the preservation of articles and food items. We see packaging as an important constituent to branding. And we also see many attributes of packaging that goes for preservation, for convenience, in design, and in terms of the psychological factors of being attractive. So packaging, as we know, gets into primary packaging, secondary packaging, transit packaging, and therefore it is an industry that has a very wide ambit of both visual perseverance and also in terms of the business that it encompasses. Indian packaging, as we all know, is a very large industry. It's a $51 billion industry. However, it's showing a growth of almost 27% year on year. Largely because of the huge youth population that India commands. Almost 54% of the Indian population is less than 25 years old. We have urbanization getting deep rooted into the Indian geography, and also the life cycle changes that is there in India. The out of home consumption, the double income families. So packaging as a commodity is a very widespread both in the Indian parlance, and it has spread. 22,000 packaging units are there across India. 85% of this 22,000 units are SMEs. So it is also has a spread in terms of the business potential and the business play that it has in the Indian economy. However, I feel there is one element of packaging that is something that we need to really look at, that is on sustainabilities. How do we reduce? How do we reuse? How do we recycle? And how do we recover? The 4 R's of packaging. And as we know, if you look at, I was just glancing through one of the surveys, global risk landscape, which is the primary scope of the global risks that are there in the world in the last 5 years. Climate change impact is one of the top global risks that is consequently coming year on year. So how do we look at packaging from a sustainable angle is something that is a very core need of the hour as on today. Just let me give you some anecdotes. Average temperature in the world has risen by 1 degree centigrade, and the Paris Climate Convention says that we must limit to 1 degree. In the last 50 years, it has actually grown by 1 degree. Glaciers are melting, sea levels are rising, precipitation levels, as we all know and as we are experiencing now in Calcutta, is only increasing. 90% of the population in the world live in air pollution zones that are much larger than the WHO norms. And in 2100, more non-marine debris will be there in the oceans than the marine life put all together. So under this circumstances, and without much ado, I have a panel of extremely well-read, experienced professionals who would guide us into this arena of sustainable packaging and preparedness for global play. With me is Mr. Ranojay Basu, Chairman the Next Generation Packaging Committee in BCCI, and also from Emerson and Redwick Group. Mr. Prashant Mehra, President and CEO of SRF Limited. Mr. R.M. Uttaraja, Director Manufacturing Business, Bhamalari and Company. And finally, Mr. Anandshri Chaturvedi, Vice President, Uflex Group. And with this, I hand it over to Arnab and look forward to a very engaging session today.
Thank you, Mr. Anand, for wonderfully setting up the context and uh, overall overall explaining the objective of doing this program. And I would request the chairman of the Next Gen Packaging Committee, Mr. Ranajay Basu, an ADSS Manager Middle East and Southeast Asia Amazon Railway Group, to kindly deliver his opening address. Over to you, Mr. Basu.
Thank you, Arnab. Thank you, Mr. Anand, for setting up the context. And as you all mentioned over here, it is really challenging today where we are going towards the packaging. More and more in the world, we see packaged items, not only in terms of food packaging, in any kind of uh, product, or any kind of thing which is today. If I even walk to a shopping mall and go in a DIY shop, you can see even a vacuum cleaner to a toothbrush to a flexible pipe being packaged in a way that the consumer is being attracted towards it. So it's interesting, this topic, what we are talking today, all about, the India's role play in the global platform. How does Indian packaging is prepared, and whether it's there as we can see forward through the direction. Some of the things probably, as our eminent speakers are there, they would guide us through what they have done from the packaging two decades back. My personal experience being in packaging industry for almost 2.5 decades, I have seen a transitional shift from a conventional method to a much more aggressive and dynamic ways. All set to the tone, what we said is, we have to look at sustainability. Every country in the world looking at net zero solutions and stuff like that. Packaging is somewhere far more, actually. Mr. Anand reconfirmed that by saying, the 4 Rs, which is reduce, reuse, recycle. And these are, the 4 common pillars of packaging, which is taking up the shape much more over there. I think, with this, probably once Mr. Prashant Mehra, we would probably wait for 2 minutes to join, because for him, he's joining over there. Mr. Mehra, he probably, I'll give a little bit of an introduction of SRF. SRF is probably in a larger group of companies in Shriram Textiles, which is predominantly in textiles. But why probably we are talking a little bit on SRF is they ventured in packaging in the year 1995. And from 1995 today, where they are having, at least 10 or 11 different plant locations from Southeast Asia to Africa to Europe hub. And they're looking at, the global expansion for India, how India has prepared as global expansion over there. Probably we'll just wait for a couple of minutes for Mr. Mehra to join Arnab, and then we can take it forward.
Yeah, since we're going, we are online, so instead of waiting for Mr. Mehra, we can engage with conversation with you also. Like you have mentioned, and Mr. Anand has mentioned that what are the things that we are today in terms of preparing packaging, and what are the things that we are aspiring for in terms of packaging industry. Just one small question to very esteemed panel, that in terms of India, what, according to you, that in what position we are? Somebody is saying that we can. Is there any kind of ranking that in terms of packaging that we belong to this third position or fourth position or fifth position? Is there any kind of ranking that exists in anywhere?
Mr. Anand, probably I will leave that question to you. Are you
That's
there,
I mean, that's quite a layman question, that whether we can say that in coal production we are in third, in that production we are fourth. So is there any kind of ranking that we can say that India is in and such rank? That's just a layman question which has been asked, in fact, by one of the participants while you were discussing.
So I'll take this question, Arnab. I think, see, that's where the dichotomy is. When we
Sorry
talk
to interrupt you, sir. Just if you can kindly put your video on, we would like to hear.
Yeah, am I visible now?
Yeah, absolutely fine.
Yeah. So that's the dichotomy about packaging. See, packaging does not even find reference in any of the major industry forums. And packaging has largely been very intuitive into the play of the material. So there is a metal packaging industry. So there's a metal packaging and there's a plastic packaging, but it is more material centric. But it is not so much about the consumer acceptance of a packaging as an industry. You talk about steel, you talk about textile, you talk about plastic. They are very profound, and you know the rankings. So unfortunately, I don't think in India that kind of space has been created where we can even say that we are a global leaders in the packaging, both in terms of product development or also in terms of the play that we have in terms of our exports, in terms of the usage, and in terms of the value chain creations that we are doing across the various multiple units. So I feel the forum is right now and in the future that we create a very profound sense of packaging as an industry. And for that, I think industry bodies need to take it up very strongly and pivot it around the factor that sustainability will remain the core essence. Because packaging, as we know, its utility goes once the product under which it is packaged begins to get used. So what do you do after that? So that is in terms of reusability, in terms of the sustainable aspects of the material use, is something that we need to deliberate, put a forum around it, and create that kind of an emphasis and focus. So that's my view on that.
Thank you, Mr. Anand.
I think I would
Mr.
probably
Mehra.
add a little bit over here. I think Mr. Anand is spot on saying that. In fact, he mentioned this in the start. And globally, packaging is the world's third largest community. But end of the day, probably in India, there is no ranking or any kind of deliberation over there by the industries over there, because it's so segregated between rigid, flexible, cardboard, corrugated, and stuff like that. Well, I think Mr. Mehra is already online.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. We welcome Mr. Mehra as a guest of honor to address. I did a short introduction of SRF by saying, it's the youngest in the packaging film business. From 1995 you started, and today you are having a world span from Africa to Europe to Far East Asia, many factories in this business. So over to you, Mr. Mehra.
So thank you, Rono Joy, for giving a brief introduction. But either way, I will be, the topic is very, very interesting. And I heard a few points, people talking about the Indian packaging industry and how it stands vis-a-vis the global situation. So let me begin. So first of all, a very, very good morning to all of you. It gives me, immense pleasure to be here today. Events like these which you keep organizing, they are an embodiment of the deep commitment that we have towards the packaging industry, towards the customers of the industry, partners, as well as the environment that we've been talking about. Commensurate with the theme today, which is Indian packaging industry preparedness for the global play. Honestly, I'm a very, very firm believer that businesses must be one purpose and one dream. While there will be many players in the industry, but the purpose of the industry should be one, the dream of the industry should be one. And it is very apt for the theme of the day, which is the Indian packaging industry. How are we going to pan out in the global play itself? It is very, very important, therefore, to talk to communicate, motivate, and inspire all of us together to move forward together on this journey of growth and together on its journey of global play. But before I get into this subject of what my thoughts are, Few minutes on, I would like to introduce what SRF is and its packaging films business. Established in the year 1970, SRF today has a global turnover of about 1.6 billion US dollars. That's close to 12,500 crores. It's an industrial conglomerate, basically engaged in the manufacture of industry and specialty intermediates. Our business portfolio at SRF Group consists of packaging films, fluorochemicals, specialty chemicals, technical textiles, coated and laminated fabrics. We are market leaders in almost every segment we are in the domestic markets, and we command a significant global presence in most of our businesses we are present in. We are also, apart from business, the business itself is part of the erstwhile what used to be known as Delhi Cloth Mills. So it's a very old industrial conglomerate. We are very proud to tell you that we are the promoters of the Sri Ram College of Commerce in Delhi, the Lady Sri Ram College of Commerce in Delhi, and the Sri Ram schools in both Delhi and Gurgaon. So that's what about SRF Group is. Coming closer, which is the packaging films business where I represent today, we are the largest business of the group. We constitute about 40% to the group revenue. We have strong global presence. As Ronojoy said, we have manufacturing operations in Thailand, in South Africa, in Hungary, and of course in India. We manufacture both the BOPET films, biaxially oriented polyethylene terephthalate, and polypropylene films, primarily used for the flexible packaging applications across the countries. We have an annual capacity of close to 400,000 tons per year. And therefore, we are in true sense a global player, one of the largest manufacturers of both BOPP and BOPET films. Besides this, we have entered into paper-based structures and many other things. And very recently, we have announced our foray into setting up a new aluminium foil plant as well. So fully entrenched into the flexible packaging sides of the business. And as the CEO of this business, as a leader of this business, it is my endeavor and the team's endeavor to go beyond the traditional business setting and develop very strong working relationships that require an investment of time, energy, and dedications for us, partnerships that are for life, and therefore prepare us for an even larger global play. Let me now shift the focus back to the topic of the today, which is how are we prepared for the global play? Well, I will start on this note that even today, and if I talk of the films, because that is what I know the most, we are exporting about 25% of the annual capacity of India, both if we put together polyester and polypropylene. And ladies and gentlemen, I must tell you today that Indians are definitely a force to reckon with in the film side of the flexible packaging and in packaging as a business. I've talked about SRF itself having a global presence. There are many other industry players, I'm sure, companies like Uflex and companies like Polyplex, who are equally, if not more, also present on a global scale. And therefore, in flexible packaging, whether it is Indians with their capacities in India or Indians with their capacities of their plants abroad, are definitely a very strong force to reckon with. And therefore, we are already there in a sense on a global scale. However, are we satisfied? Of course, we are not satisfied. Our footprint could be much larger. And therefore, if this footprint or our global play has to be much larger, I thought I should also discuss what are the challenges. What are the few challenges which exist today? And then beyond the challenges, I will talk, therefore, what opportunities, therefore, emanate from these challenges. So, the first and the foremost point which is coming to my mind is about the growing regionalism. We keep hearing of this term called, I would say, globalization, but in a local sense. We call it glocalization. What is happening is that more and more the business is becoming regional. There are many cases, honestly, I keep hearing of anti-dumping duties, of anti-subsidy duties, of non-tariff barriers. Everyone is trying to protect their regional business. So whether it is ASEAN, whether it is COMESA, whether it is NAFTA, whatever you call it, an economic region, more and more regional play is happening. And while it works to the advantage of the local players, but it sort of creates a tariff and a non-tariff barriers for exporters from other countries to actually get into a larger global play. So one of the foremost challenges for us is how do we address these issues of growing regionalism? And I must tell you, to exactly counter this, companies like us have moved out of India. So to be part of ASEAN, we moved to Thailand. To be part of the African Union, we moved to South Africa. So that's the kind of response today which is needed from the industry leaders to take on this challenge of regionalism. The second is, and I heard Mr. Anand also talking about the pivot being sustainability. Sustainability is a larger concern today. I think it's the I would say the hottest topic in the packaging industry. Now we are working, for example, companies like us are working very, very hard to bring back the waste material into the economy by offering circular economy, cradle to cradle solutions. We are working on various approaches, 3 R's, which is reduce, reuse, recycle. We are working on monofamily structures. We are working on many kinds of biodegradable, also biodegradable kind of structures. However, the most important point, I think, around which the entire thing could be pivoted around, if I may use the word, borrow it from Mr. Anand, is this whole issue of the sustainability, the circular economy. And therefore, I would say that this whole model or the business of recycling itself should become a very, very big business segment itself with immense potential for value generation at a global level. So somebody within this segment has to take this lead into recycling. You know, we keep hearing multi-layer substrates are not recyclable and layer structures or monofilm structures are recyclable. You know, if a good technology, and I know people are already working on it, could be worked upon. And honestly, it is no individual who can do. And therefore, a very important point would be that the industry has to come along, is to create these solutions for sustainability and then make it this as a business model itself at a global level. And believe me, since we have businesses across the parts of the world, I keep traveling, this could offer a huge potential to the Indian industry at a global level. So the sustainability, developing right technologies, how do we convert waste into a valuable product, is a challenge, yet offers a great opportunity. And I know even at our customers level, many of our customers I keep talking to, they are finding on very, I would say, environmentally responsible, recyclable and sustainable packaging solutions to be able to contribute towards this larger cause of minimizing the carbon footprint from their end. And as a responsible player of this industry, therefore, it is a challenge for us to collaborate not only with our customers, but also with our other industry players, whether they are our suppliers, whether they are our competitors, to develop this technology, develop the infrastructure to address this whole issue of sustainability. And this is leading to increase in finding very, very innovative solutions and practices so that we remain ahead of the industry. The other challenge, other than this whole issue of sustainability, I believe, is the global economic slowdown. I think it's a short to a medium term, and the demand supply imbalances. So we know that globally today economies are facing several headwinds. Whether you talk of Europe, again, I can tell you energy costs have gone through the roof. The power cost, I can tell you, within 7 months has gone up about 8-9 times. So as the heating cost in terms of gas. Economic slowdown, impending economic slowdown in the western part of the world, whether you talk of US and Europe, financial crisis in Sri Lanka. Again, all of them are dampening the consumer demand and in turn impacting the demand for the packaging in general. This, coupled with significant capacity additions both in India and China, is likely to put a significant pressure on margins, and therefore, you know, sustaining these business models profitability would itself be a very, very big concern in medium to short term. The next challenge will remain in again short to medium term is perhaps the logistics related challenge to the industry. Global supply chains, all of us know, have been very, very badly impacted during past couple of years because of the logistics issues. Initially, COVID-related, we all know, restrictions were there, which were worsened by non-availability of containers, with the freight rates becoming exorbitantly high. And handling, therefore, logistics-related issues will be very, very crucial if we really want to go for a big global play. Because unless these basic infrastructure issues are sorted out, I can tell you on the ground, we can keep talking, but things won't move. Now, these were some of the challenges I talked about. I also go to what opportunities and therefore way forward for us. Well, the single biggest thing, again, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you is this whole growing popularity of India as a manufacturing destination. We call it a China Plus One initiative. I can tell you globally, more and more customers are looking for an alternative to China. You know, for whatever has happened in the past few years, people want to develop a very strong, solid source of supplies of material other than China. And I think it is absolutely right time for us and as an Indian industry to take this opportunity and to come up as a very reliable supplier of products, and packaging industry therefore could lead the way. The second is the cost competitiveness. I strongly believe that frugality of operations combined with operational excellence is a very, very effective tool to compete on a global scale and therefore make our mark globally. I can tell you, as Indians, we have to invest in the best of technologies, most modern of technologies. Thankfully, we have such good pool of resources available, and I strongly believe that with most modern technology, strong pool of resources, we would be cost competitive. As a result, we would definitely be able to make our mark on the global levels. The third, of course, is R&D capabilities. That is another very, very important point I want to mention, that if we have to seriously prepare ourselves for a global play, we need to start investing in the R&D capability. We have to invest, you know, like most of the modern Western companies, 1%, 2% of the revenues, we need to invest in R&Ds. We need to invest in R&Ds. And last but not the least, we need to collaborate on sustainability. I've made this point in the very beginning itself, that since we need to create sustainability is something new for all of us, and therefore we need to come together as an industry, including all our stakeholders, to work together, finding right technology, innovative solutions for sustainable products, and also work together collaboratively with the governments to come up with the right policies on sustainabilities. Lastly, in a nutshell, I can only say that the current business environment is challenging. However, Indian players possess the requisite capabilities, and with sustained efforts on operational excellence, R&D, and by pursuing strategic growth opportunities, we are very, very well poised to make our presence felt on a global scale. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mehra. There is one question that has been asked just before we start the next one, requesting the next speaker. That is the current GST structure that we have in India, whether this is inclined with the growth of the packaging industry. The GST structure and the packaging industry, is it helping or is it creating any constraint?
Well, I must be honest that as of now, I do not see anything in the GST structure which is obstructing us to grow, and especially because we are talking of a global play. I think that GSTs definitely don't come into account. So from my side, I have not seen it as a hindrance in our growth.
Thank you. With this, we are overly thankful to Mr. Mehra, President and CEO, Packaging Films Business, Coated Fabric Business, Laminated Fabric Business, SRF Limited. We'll be coming up with a set of recommendation and we'll share with all of the speakers, and we'll send it to the government. Thank you, sir. Now I would request Mr. R.M. Uthayaraja, Director Manufacturing Business, Bamal Lorry and Company Limited, to kindly deliver your address, sir. Over to Mr. Uthayaraja.
Thank you, Mr. Arnav, and good morning all. I am Uthaya Raja. Once again, thanks to BCC&I, Chairman Ronajoy Basu and Anand Mentor. It's my privilege to meet you all in this Conclave, Indian Packaging Preparedness for Global Play. Bamalari is a public sector enterprises coming under Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. It's a 155 years old company. And the most important thing is entire 155 years, this company is making profit. We have two verticals. One is service, another one is manufacturing. In service, we have logistic services, logistic infrastructure. We have container freight stations, and we have the travels. We are the authorized traveling agent for Indian government. In manufacturing, we have grease and lubricants, chemicals, and industrial packaging. In industrial packaging, we have the global presence. I can say that because in India, we have it in 6 places. Apart from that, we have the joint venture in Dubai. In grease and lubricants, we have it in Indonesia. Coming back to industrial packaging, out of these 6 places, the Taloja, which is in Mumbai, it's a state-of-art plant. It is a continuously automatic plant. All imported machines we have, the state-of-art technology is being followed. As far as its customer expectations are concerned, everybody wants improved quality and with the reduced price. This is being the biggest challenge for everyone. Being in packaging industry, it's the biggest challenge. First of all, being a public sector, after this policy, MSME has come into the picture. I cannot supply to any of the oil companies. Actually, this business started with the help of all the oil companies. So that's why we can supply to the oil companies. But once this policy come into the picture, then we left it with no option to come out with the private players, and we have to compete them, and we have to supply to all the MNCs. This has been started, and today most of the multinational companies are with us, and we have even now the handsome market share around 40%. So which is the difficult challenge we have experienced, and we have fought it out. Another biggest challenge is raw materials, because being a steel drum manufacturer, we have to buy steel from the Indian steel companies, because imports are restricted based on some kind of a budget amount. So we have 4 to 5 steel mills. So from them only we have to buy. So that is the biggest challenge. It has been tuned by their requirement. Since steel mills are giving importance to automotive, and the packaging industry is giving further lesser importance. That's why whenever there is a shortage, the importance will go to the automotive industry rather than the packaging industry. Next thing is paint. The way things are growing, we have to maintain all the company's logo and whatever the name they want. It has to be maintained. And there are some kind of hazardous issues also. So that is being sorted out. And the next thing is machineries. Being a steel drum manufacturer, all the machines, even some of the machines we have to import. Once it is imported, then the next issue is getting the spares, and you know that the last 2 to 3 years, this COVID issues, that has logistics become a biggest challenge. If you want to utilize domestic machines, then there are some other challenges which we need to improve. And the next biggest challenge is transportation. Being a packaging industry, the packaging material has to be transported to one place to another. So there are some kind of use. Even the packaging material we are making, we need some packing material, for example, corrugated sheets. So those things and all, now it's a challenge to get it from India. Manufacturing is a process that anyone can do. But the issue is, how are we manufacturing is the matter. we are all talking about sustainability and other parameters. So how many people are doing? So that is a question mark. Now, whomever doing, they will be sustained in their business model and they can do the better than anybody. For example, this good manufacturing practices, and already Mr. Ronajai touched upon the standardization of packaging. So that and all now we have to. So if you talk about rest of Asia, even India and the rest of Asia, that the rigid packaging comparing to plastic and steel. In India, plastic is around 55%, steel is only 45. So that we need to improve how we are going to manage these changes. And apart from that, this operational excellence initiatives, which we already carried out, that has improved to some extent. And recently we participated in manufacturing excellence conducted by International Research Institute for Manufacturing. That has given some kind of impact on our business. Coming back to this topic, sustainability again. So we need to reduce and reuse. So those things and all, we have to come out from traditional conventional methods to the newly invented technology. So that we have taken care. And I can say that if you are comparing to past 5 years and today, the entire scrap generation in the steel manufacturing has come down. At least I think I can say it has come down to around 10% level, earlier to 14%. So that and all, it has have an impact. Even from our plant, we are exporting to New Zealand and Sri Lanka. Already Mr. Prashant Megra has touched upon these logistic issues. So the same thing now also we are facing. So now to improve this packaging industry to next level for global play, now we need to produce in a sustainable way, and the technology which we are imposing, the technology which we are already following, so that has to be changed to a little bit. With that, I can finish my speech, and I can tell you together we will to focus into the next one. Thank you.
Sir, just before we request Mr. Anand C. Chaturvedi, and just need to announce that Mr. Chaturvedi had kindly shared his deliberation via video because he is unable to attend this session at this point of time because he has got some urgent things to attend. So, but before we continue with him, I would just I would like to thank Mr. Uthayaraja for stating and the current state and now how does the overall industry is going. And just before we shift to Mr. Chaturvedi's deliberation, I would like to ask to all of you that is there anything that the central government can do in this particular, because somebody is asking that in terms of policy prescription, is there anything that is somehow missing that government should do at from the present industry you're facing, that in terms of GST, we have heard that okay, the GST level is it is pro towards the growth of the industry. But is there anything in terms of policy of the government that there should be introduction of it or change of it? Mr. Basu, Mr. Anand, Mr. Uthayaraja, Mr. Behra, any one of you can touch base upon what exactly the central government can introduce or do anything new for the growth of the industry, which has been majorly missing. Any one of you can take the question. Anything in particular the central government, I think, that would like to introduce in terms of policy that that is required by the industry at this moment? Mr. Anand, would you like to say something on this?
Yeah, I can try make an attempt, and I think we can then also deliberate on it. I think I've seen if going past, how does policy advocacy happen in a place where a lot of, as Mr. Uttaraja said, a lot of technology interventions are required. When you have a standardized version which a consumer can feel and can know that there is a rating around it. For example, I look at it, the electrical ratings, the BE ratings. When we shifted to 5-point rating and when BS6 came in the automotive industry, it became a call of action for the manufacturers to the value chain and to also the consumers in asking and demanding for and paying that premium for something that is good to the world, or in terms of climate, it could be in terms of, so perhaps in packaging, and which contributes to so much of industry norms in terms of, because you need packaging everywhere. Can we come together collaboratively and create a kind of a rating for the quality of packaging in terms of its usage, reusage, and remanufacturability? That I think could be one very clear policy advocate the industry as such can leverage upon and coordinate with the government.
Thank
Yeah,
you, sir. So,
adding to Mr. Anand, this institute and industry, why can't they have some kind of a togetherness? That's why this can be delivered, the technology wise, rather than having individual R&D and all. That can be done. That's not a problem everyone is having. So some of the small companies, they can have a common R&D, and for that government can do some kind of a help. And the institutes also, they can come forward. So they are also having a lot of talents with them. So why can't be it can be utilized directly to the industry? So that we can think of.
I would like to add, I think Mr. Anand and Mr. Uttaraja said the same thing. Academia industry connect in India is very poor, number one. If you look at today globally, where I'm working for an UK British-based company, the academia industry connect is phenomenally very high over there. And today, academia industry connect is not at all there. There are many policies definitely is in the picture, but there is no policies which probably favor either the industry correctly or the connect between the academia, the institute, the industries all put together, because packaging is a large domain, and there is also larger companies and smaller companies. As Mr. Uttaraja said, the smaller companies cannot afford to have their R&D region by themselves. The larger company can have. So I think this is somewhere the central government should look at, how to promote the SMEs, or and I would rather say the SMEs in the sector of packaging, because they probably constitute a larger number over there than the MSMEs over there.
So basically, 3 points have come up. One is rating for the quality of the packaging. The industry academia meet or kind of skill development should be looked after by the central government more and more, because there is a huge gap between the smaller companies, particularly in different region, when they don't have adequate R&D, and that has to be supported by the government. And many institutes can come up and do some joint collaboration and with that. So this is exactly what I hope that we have explained. The question of the anything to end with before we shift to Mr. Chaturvedi. We have covered the sustainability part. We have covered the different parts of how we are doing in as an industry, and what are the core strength of the industry and how industry is growing. We have covered that. We have 1 minute left before we shift to Mr. Anand Sri Chaturvedi. Any one-liner that how you have cope up in COVID, how the entire industry has suffered from COVID, and what was the main resilient factors in one line? What was the main resilient factor for you to survive during the COVID and even after the COVID? Just one-liner. I'll start with Mr. Anand. Just one-liner. What is the main resilient factor that has survived the industry even after COVID? A one-liner from you.
I think it is the immense ability for us to manage during crisis. And if I were to put one word to it, it is collaboration. I
Thank you,
think
sir.
fantastic levels of collaboration was seen and evidenced.
Thank you. To Mr. Basu, the resilient factor in a line or in a word.
I think the opportunity was immense in COVID, and probably on the flexible packaging side, it has grown phenomenally only during COVID. So COVID was not a backstep for flexible packaging industry. It was rather a good step for flexible packaging industry.
Okay, Mr. Uthayaraja, we have time. Just one line or one word.
Humanity and teamwork.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. With this, we just request our guest of honor, Sri Anand Sri Chaturvedi, Vice Chairman and CEO of Flex Films. We would play his video for his keynote address. I would request our team to play the video of Sri Anand Sri Chaturvedi. Stay tuned with us. We're just playing in a second.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Arnav. Thank you. Thank you very much, Arnav. I would like to thank the BCC&I Packaging Conclave, as well as the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry for inviting me as the guest of honor for this wonderful event. It's always an amazing opportunity to talk about the state of not only the flexible packaging industry, but the polymer industry in general. Really, if you look at the last couple of years, the polymer industry has been sort of in a turmoil situation with its existence questioned at sort of every turn because of the advent of sustainability as a threat, as well as new materials, or I should say older materials, being given first priority by the next set of consumers that are coming on board. However, if you look at recent events like the global pandemic, the current supply chain and logistic shortages and difficulties, and also combined with now the new emerging food security crisis, flexible packaging and the security and protective, really the barrier properties that flexible packaging provides are not only necessary but essential for the globe's survival. Now, how do we use this amazing technology while not harming the environment by causing litter, by causing waste, and by creating really unsustainable landfills, unsustainable ocean waste, unreasonable street waste, and home waste. And really, this problem has been addressed by a variety of ways. But really, in UFlex, we call it the stock and flow problem. There's the stock of polymer that aggregates, and you have to deal with that stock of polymer that aggregates, as well as you have to deal with the flow of new polymer that comes in to the equation. So the future of this industry is very, very simple. The future of this industry is how will the global enterprise deal with the stock and flow problem, and not only deal with the stock and flow problem the way it is today, but how it goes into the future. If we look at any packaging material, let's not just take plastics, but let's take, for example, glass, for example, aluminium, jute, any other alternate rubber, any kind of other alternative packaging source, it will have to deal with the exact same problem. Everything that you use, everything we as human beings will run into the exact same supply-demand challenge. Whereas, how are we going to deal with the stock of the packaging that we are using build up? Where will that go? How will that be reprocessed and be put back into the system? And how will the flow of new things that are coming into play be ensured that they don't end up in landfill? even something as tires and fishnets, we have to deal with the same problem. So that's the real big challenge that faces from a sustainability perspective the flexible challenge packaging industry. But for all for all its limitations and challenges, um, it is one of the most optimum, one of the best engineered, one of the best innovated and optimized packaging materials on earth today, right? And that cannot be denied by a simple, you know, by not overcoming a simple obstacle of sustainability. That's what sustainability is. Sustainability is an obstacle. It's a challenge. It's an innovation um, puzzle that has to be overcome by us collectively as an industry together. And if we don't overcome it, the problem that we will all face is very simple. We will face the problem of being phased out of certain industries. Certain industries will always use polymers because of cost, because of product requirement, because of the way their products move. For example, something like oil, a low-end oil will always use polymer because metal or aluminum might be too expensive, might be too hard to move, too hard to transport. Something like potato chips, will always use flexible packaging because barrier properties and any use of a tin can or some kind of very expensive paperboard product is very hard to transport and adds significantly to the cost. So the chances that those industries will stay with flexible packaging. But let's say higher end motor oil, let's say high end confectionery, that will move out. If we don't solve the sustainability challenge, those higher end, low volume, high margin product items, which our industry would still like to be a part of, would still like to participate in, will move out, and that's not something that our industry as a whole would like to see. So that's the challenge that we face today. Other than that, investment in the flexible packaging space is still very, very strong. If you look at the global trends of polymers today, investment in the polymer industry across the board is very strong. That should encourage investment in regional geographies as well. And that's something to really look at very, very carefully post the pandemic, because if one thing the pandemic has shown, it has shown the power of local manufacturing, how much beneficial it is to be able to say to a customer, I am a domestic vendor, I am a local vendor to you. So the pandemic has really, really reinforced that that not only that concept, that business model, but also that faith that someone would have, being able to tap into a local resource as opposed to waiting for a global supplier to come through, because that has become increasingly more challenging, not only with the pandemic, but with the logistics challenges, with shipping shortages, and with just the cost of logistics and transportation skyrocket. So that should encourage a lot more local, smaller facilities across the board. That would be very, very encouraging. Overall, I would say flexible packaging industry has a fantastic future ahead of itself. The only challenge that we really face is how we come together to collaborate for sustainability, as opposed to stand in each other's way to combat sustainability. Because that's one thing that we need to really understand, is that there is no such thing for us as combating sustainability. Sustainability is simply an essential, is going to be, it is already an essential part of our existence. And it's something that we just have to accept, absorb, and move on. UFlex has a lot of unique solutions for it. You can read about them, on our LinkedIn or on our website. But of course, in all the industry magazines and things, all of us have unique solutions towards it. But they need to be more collaborative, they need to be more integrated, so that they can be presented better way to consumers and to the right authorities that are making these decisions. That's what I have to say. Thank you very much.
With this, we end this opening session. We are thankful to everyone, to Mr. Especially to Mr. P. Anand, mentor of the Next Gen Packaging Committee, BCC&I VP MNS, the Tinted Company of India Limited. Now, and Mr. Ranujay Basu and all the speakers, all our guests of honor, Mr. Prashant Mehra, Mr. R.M. Raja, Mr. Anand C. Chaturvedi, we are thankful to you. Now, I would request Mr. Ranujay Basu, Chairman of the Next Gen Packaging Committee, to kindly deliver the formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Arnab. It's been a pleasure probably to listen to all the speakers, eminent speakers over there, and hear from them the view of how we are prepared to take it forward to the global platform. Firstly, thank to Tata Steel, our event partner, which is without them would have been difficult. Next, thanks to SRF and UFlex or Flex Films for being as a gold partner. And lastly, for the silver partner for Tata Steel, Down Product Limited. Sorry for not able to pronounce it right. And I hope probably, we would gain some connect between the industry and the ministry over there from here, and we take it forward to the next sessions where there's some more interesting topics coming over, and we would like you to stay tuned. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, Mr. Basu. It would be incomplete from our end to without giving a special thank to Mr. Anand and Mr. Basu, without whom, and the entire committee members of the Next Gen Packaging Committee, without whom this whatever packaging conclave that we are showing today would have been impossible. So surely we are immensely indebted to both Mr. Basu and Mr. Anand for being a guiding force in terms of forming the entire program and connecting with people. So we are thankful to you, and we are also thankful to all our team members, Mr. Tanya Chakraborty, especially for connecting with organizing this thing in a very professional manner. With this, we end the opening session of BCC&I Packaging Conclave. Please stay tuned with us. We'll be back exactly at 11:50 a.m. Thank you all.
Tomorrow holds great promise and also challenge, but we will make it together. Make tomorrow by fortifying today. Make tomorrow by making people our true strength. Consistently investing in growing our human, social and relationship capital. Building a diverse workforce. Cultivating a culture of inclusion and focusing on safety and health. Empowering communities around us. Building long-term, transparent and trust-based relationships with every stakeholder. Make tomorrow by creating future-ready solutions. With our fully integrated operations, from mining operations, manufacturing plants, and steel processing centers, to our wide range of products and customized services and solutions, we have a steely grip on the future. Our prudent future-focused acquisitions ensure we have a global presence and an expanded suite of capabilities that allow us to unlock the full potential of steel. We're focused on making solutions that serve the needs of industries and individuals. Providing high-quality materials that go beyond steel. Pushing boundaries to create stronger solutions, better solutions. Pushing boundaries of digital technologies to build a smart, connected and seamless value chain. Reinventing how we connect, transact and engage with our customers. And with our strong focus on research and development, we're anticipating and addressing challenges of tomorrow. Working with stakeholders to identify specialized, unconventional solutions that drive sustainability across the value chain. We're making solutions that address climate challenges of today and tomorrow, aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We are working towards being responsible steelmakers, being responsible steel suppliers, and helping our customers make sustainable choices. Tomorrow is ours to create, and together we can make it better, shape it better. Tomorrow holds great promise and also challenge, but we will make it together. Make tomorrow by fortifying today. Make tomorrow by making people our true strength. Consistently investing in growing our human, social and relationship capital. Building a diverse workforce. Cultivating a culture of inclusion and focusing on safety and health. Empowering communities around us. Building long-term, transparent and trust-based relationships with every stakeholder. Make tomorrow by creating future-ready solutions. With our fully integrated operations, from mining operations, manufacturing plants, and steel processing centers, to our wide range of products and customized services and solutions, we have a steely grip on the future. Our prudent future-focused acquisitions ensure we have a global presence and an expanded suite of capabilities that allow us to unlock the full potential of steel. We're focused on making solutions that serve the needs of industries and individuals. providing high-quality materials that go beyond steel, pushing boundaries to create stronger solutions, better solutions. Pushing boundaries of digital technologies to build a smart, connected and seamless value chain. Reinventing how we connect, transact and engage with our customers. And with our strong focus on research and development, we're anticipating and addressing challenges of tomorrow. Working with stakeholders to identify specialized, unconventional solutions that drive sustainability across the value chain. We're making solutions that address climate challenges of today and tomorrow. Aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, we are working towards being responsible steelmakers, being responsible steel suppliers, and helping our customers make sustainable choices. Tomorrow is ours to create, and together we can make it better, shape it better.
Everyone, we are commencing the next session of our BCC&I packaging conclave. It's an experts roundtable on raw materials and machines to guiding forces in next gen packaging. We have very eminent speakers with us Mr. Sanjay Bhatia, Managing Director, Hindustan Tin Works. Mr. Ashwini Sharma, Vice President, SW Steel Coated Products Limited, SW Tinted. Mr. Malvin Singh Pattu, Head Marketing, Petrochemicals, HMEL. Mr. Parag Patwardhan, Vice President, Sales and Marketing, Nicrom India Limited. Now, I would request the chairperson of the Next Gen Packaging Committee, Mr. Ranadhar Basu, and AES's Manager Middle East and Southeast Asia, Emerson Railway Group, to kindly take the session forward. Over to Mr. Basu.
Thank you, Arnab. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, Mr. Bhatia. Good morning, Mr. Bhattu, Mr. Sharma, and Mr. Patwardhan. We welcome you on the phase 2 of the round table, which is we would be talking about the raw materials and machine, two guiding forces in next gen packaging. And the theme, as we all know, the preparedness for the global play, Indian packaging sector, where does it go through? So probably, let's start with one of the simpler questions, which is, what trends do you see in packaging, irrespective of its nature, whether it's rigid or flexible? Probably, Mr. Bhatia, could you get some highlights on this?
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me as a speaker. And also let me convey my good wishes to Bengal Chamber of Commerce for organizing this program, which is, very important in the packaging concept. And it's good that it is really heartening to see that how packaging is getting its space, and it's well-deserved space, I would say that. And so the organizations and associations are now giving stress to that, which is really commendable, and this will really bring forth the issues and the problems what packaging industry is facing. I think with that, because you see the important thing is the how packaging industry, the journey, in case you see that I have spent already 44 years in this industry now. That's the kind of experience I have in metal packaging. And I'll just refer in this regard to very briefly to one McKinsey report I just saw, that how this can be divided in 3 eras. Era 1 is starting from 2000 to 2009, which is the major substrates shift changes came. The shift to the plastic industry grew bigger, flexible grew bigger, and there had been changes in that. But there's also been, let's say, investment from the European and North American corporations in the growing markets like China, India, and all, so that they came there. This particularly this segment, but this also saw the great financial crisis towards the end of 2008-9, which really affected packaging industry as well. But being the 2 major segments, food and beverage, these are the 2 main products which really drives the packaging industry. I think because they are necessities, and thus they were more resilient probably. But the other packaging in the industrial and luxury goods packaging were more sensitive to this. Second era started from 2009 to 2020, where we see the changing face of the consumer, as they call it. The era began with uncertainty because of the financial crisis, but still the industry saw a steady growth and in this period. And there had been on the corporate structure side, the private equity activity increased in this particular segment. I think that's something which happened. But towards the end of 2020, I think what has been pointed out is that there had been awareness of the sustainability, which rose significantly. I think that's something which is important, because consumers begin to turn against, as they say, the leakage of packaging into the environment, and action to curb the problem become more common. So the movement against plastic straws or other plastic goods, and these are the things which has been seen. era 3 is now where we are 2020 onwards. I think that's something which is very, very important. And what Mackenzie said, that this will become transformational change for the packaging industry. And especially the two things which would be important, which is sustainability and digital transformation. I think that's something which would be focused, that how these things would happen, how the industry would react to, and how industry would really do that, address these two things, sustainability and digital. I think that's something will decide the fate of the industry. As they said, either you will be the low cost efficient producer at the end of it, or you will lose it. I think that's something which is important. So that's the kind of journey which I thought that let me mention to your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatia. Mr. Bhattu, your remarks on what trends do you see in the packaging, irrespective of its shape, size, nature?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with Mr. Bhatia and the McKinsey's inputs onto that. And irrespective of the material being used, there is a tremendous attention now being imparted across the globe by all countries on the sustainability aspect, and rightfully so. And for a brief period, it seems that all other aspects of the packaging, what we always have talked about, be it aesthetics, performance, barrier properties, safety of the product, shelf appeal, shelf life, logistic, and even economics, they seem to have taken a backseat in the 2022, 2020 beyond this scenario. And the sustainability is actually overshadowing all of those performance, like all other aspects. And it is the aspect which is in the most talked about and in most the focus. And accordingly, the effort of all the organizations, all the stakeholders in the industry, right from the end, I would say, FMCG giants to the processing industry, converting industry, raw material industry, everybody suddenly the focus has, and the efforts also have shifted into that direction. And the efforts are in the form of maybe certain identified solutions which were there, we were not exploring, maybe because of the cost economics, or the real R&D solutions, newer solutions, finding the same performance in the material, in the packaging, by modifying the materials into that. The whole story of multi-substrate to mono-substrate, mono-material structures, that is actually the effort which would have been there, but that has been accelerated now. And some of these solutions we are coming across, these solutions were there, they were identified, research had happened on some of them, but we were not moving ahead onto them, maybe because of the cost aspects and all. But now, at least in the polymer packaging, flexible packaging, because of the at least into, again, like, definitely into the Indian context through the SUP and the APR obligation, that general awareness is there. So suddenly everybody has woken up to those realities and willing to shift, willing to modify, willing to adapt to the newer realities. So that is the change what has happened. And it seems to be for good, it seems to be true. Practically, it is, those things are possible. And trust me, like all the brands, I'm sure they have all segments of the packaging, of the products also. They would, certain, I mean, as a layman, I understand that many of them would be attempting those, if those are not costlier packaging options, into their premium segment of where they can recover or complete or part of their costs from the consumer. We have seen this happening into some segments of, although it is not like that's a woven sack packaging into cement. So in some premium segment, the consumer was also willing to pay higher cost to the cement company. So it was a win-win situation. The consumer also is seeing benefit, cement companies are seeing benefit, and there are environmental benefits of those kind of packaging. And the change that this whole awareness campaigns or the awareness of masses as citizens has created is that now even in India, the probability of a consumer paying higher price for a greener product is high. Earlier, we always used to say that Europeans, they can afford to pay higher, they can afford to buy green products at a premium. So I do agree that in India also we have, thanks to our large population and very favorable demographic at this stage, we will have a substantial potential that these products would find markets in India. So I feel that's the biggest change that is happening, at least into the flexible packaging segment where the industry I personally belong to. So that is one big change. In terms of the opportunities and the challenges, as Mr. Mehra mentioned in the morning session, there have been huge challenges in terms of the regionalization, logistic, economic slowdown now on western part of the world, exponentially rising energy costs. That's all that he mentioned. China plus factor. So there are, for India, as he also rightly mentioned, India, there are tremendous opportunities also, be it China plus, be it the example was a COVID, last 2 years COVID period. Indian flexible packaging industry, despite moving towards the sustainability, they have grown with a very solid rate of growth. India has the advantage into the packaging segment. It is that India has a large domestic consumption base as well. And we tend to feel as a economy that in India, we are more sort of relatively insulated from what is today happening in Europe and US. we cannot be complacent, but that gives us confidence that we will have more, if we have been sustained the worst of the COVID periods with a growth, we can definitely growth while ensuring the sustainability compliances also. So those were my brief inputs.
Thank you, Mr. Bhattu. I think you nailed it, certain points today. Consumer is getting educated day by day. So like even my daughter, she's just a teenager. She looks at a package and see whether recycle logo is being printed or not, or what does it contain, kind of a thing. So it's a little bit education and the factor what you mentioned, people are ready to pay a little bit premium for green tech products who are green tech, kind of a thing. Okay, not maybe a larger bit of population, but sure, it is coming forward. Mr. Sharma, from your side, as you are one of the manufacturers, what do you think on the trends in packaging towards irrespective of the sectors?
Well, first of all, very good afternoon to everybody once again. I think what I'm hearing from Mr. Bhatia and Mr. Bhattu, and what you also mentioned, also what was discussed in this previous session, is something absolutely kind of very heartening. What we see very clearly is that at least for India as a country, there's a huge emergence of young middle class. These are the youngsters who are exposed to the global trends, they're educated, they are very internet savvy, and they can quickly go and find out what's happening around the world. And along with this huge population of this tech savvy middle class generation, we also have emergence of what we call as green customers, green consumer. And these are the people who really do not mind spending a little more money to buy a green solution. Okay. And there is a research done, I think it must be somewhere in the public domain, which very clearly says that not only in Europe, but India probably is one of the countries where the maximum number of consumers are ready to pay a little more for a eco-friendly packaging. So that is one very clear-cut impact on sustainability. Second big trend is that, e-commerce. like countries like say Korea, where e-commerce probably forms close to half of the total retail trade. India is, yet to kind of take off. And this net savvy, tech savvy generation is going to really kind of take the e-commerce to next levels. Here also the packaging needs to evolve. Packaging trends will change drastically, keeping in mind what are the needs of the e-commerce customers and also e-com companies. And last, was just to add to what has been said till now, we also see a trend going forward where all packaging companies need to really kind of declare, or maybe all brands need to declare what kind of carbon footprints they need to kind of leave behind. In steel, maybe later on I can talk, there's a very clear-cut trend where the consumers, your customer, your suppliers, government, NGOs, everybody is questioning that what are you doing to make sure that you leave the environment in a better position for the next generations. So sustainability, absolutely, as I said, number one. Number two, the need for the next generation customers and consumers. Number three is, our own desire as an organization or a person to clean our act, to make sure the environment is clean and remains clean as we go forward.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. I think that was really quite a valid point, because, low carbon tech manufacturing is something which a lot of companies are looking at, and how to go to the net zero pledge and all the other areas. And there is a lot of drift there, which is happening. Coming to Mr. Patwardhan, what are your views as an end-of-the-line equipment manufacturer?
Yes, good afternoon to all, and thank you very much to Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Mr. Basu. As far as machine manufacture per se, we actually come late into the overall picture, because people will decide more on packaging film or packaging material first, and then they will decide, or they will take a little longer time to decide upon the machines. But then what we have seen is that nowadays our entry into overall decision making is little early. When we are talking about green, when we are talking about sustainability, I'm happy that people are thinking about the machines. People are thinking about the machinability, because ultimately they are concerned about the yields also. Because when we talk about different kind of materials, then do we have the same kind of technology available in India? The second, and then the other side of the coin, is that many consumers and many customers and end user want a technology which is self-reliant. When we say that Atmanirbhar, now we have seen that different repercussions and reflection of COVID, and then the overall global situation after COVID, because people now don't want to depend upon European machines or the technology, or same is the case with East Asia also. So now people want to get aligned with Indian machine manufacturers, and then they want to get engaged with machine manufacturers well in advance, so that they can talk about their requirement, and then that their requirement can be reflected and getting incorporated well in advance, so that the machine configurations will be future ready. Second important thing is that, as mentioned by Mr. Bhatia also, now 90% of the consumers want Industry 4.0. They want a real-time data of their productivity on not only on their computers, but then on their handsets also. They want to have a complete clear visibility in front of them with regard to productivity as well as the maintenance schedule of the machine. During COVID, as mentioned by Mr. Sharma also, but then e-commerce all across India now has definitely into urban, semi-urban, but mainly into rural areas also. I'll give you a classic example of mithai manufacturers. The kind of mithai available pre-COVID and post-COVID, there is absolutely a shift now. Over-the-counter sale is absolutely reduced, and then people want to have a hygienic pack. We call it as a modified atmosphere packaging, where the Indian ethnic sweets will be manufactured and packed in complete hygienic condition. And then there is a huge welcome for Indian ethnic sweet packed in MAP packaging. So we can see a very good shift with regard to consumer demand. So that positive push is coming to we as a machine manufacturer as well as to the raw material suppliers also.
Thank you, Mr. Patward. And I think it is a very valid point. Hygienic move, and I think e-commerce, which Mr. Sharma also touched, and probably everybody a little bit everywhere in the forum today. You look at Amazon; they deliver anything and everything today. In fact,
Exactly.
I today got probably a chain cleaner from my cycle chain. So it was unbelievable that you could buy that today, or a box of nail or something like that. So this is a complete see around change across to the forum, that sitting at home clicking a button, things get delivered at your doorstep, so you don't have to go anywhere. Very interesting. We would move to Mr. Bhattu a little bit over here, because he's one of the raw material manufacturers. So, Mr. Bhattu, how important does a raw material play in the packaging?
I would, you've got hold of the only person in the raw material segment, but I'll say this is a responsibility that is there with the raw material guys now. Again, as Anand Shri was also mentioning, either you be there or you are out. So you have to adapt and develop yourself to be able to service the newer markets, the upcoming markets. Typical example, I would say, like, those are obviously development on the machinery side, like BOPP, BOPET have been the established products. Now the next gen is coming into BOPE also.
Yeah.
Looking at the film property requirements into the monostructures now, so we see there is a definite attention being given to the BOPE, and we do see that there would be growth into that. Now that is that the raw material, as raw material guys, we have to come across solutions to develop the materials which can run on those kind of machines. Now BOPP, BOPET, those are established that it can run on 10 meter plus with machine width, so and so line speeds. Right. Developing PE, which can sustain those kind of line speed throughputs, because from the processors angle, from the machinery angle, it has to be the best. Like the raw material has to be capable of running at those line speeds and receiving those throughputs, so that because of the raw material, there is no incremental cost because of the productivity. Right. Those kind of responsibilities are there. We understand that many of the companies are working towards globally. They are working on those solutions which can for these different markets. Also, the companies are trying to wake up to, I would say, the indirect sustainability goals. If there is a requirement for packaging set into that, how can our products be greener? At the raw material guys, the integrated plants with refinery or the cracker complexes, they are actually evaluating sourcing bio-based, I would say, or post-consumer waste generated oils, and processing those oils into their refineries and crackers, producing the same polymers which do have a bio footprint, or they are sourced to some extent from the bio. So those are difficult in terms of the volumes expected, but it is a beginning that everybody is trying to make. As organization, we are also looking at various options of sourcing such oils which can be compatible, which are bio-sourced and can be processed in our refinery and our cracker producing the ethylene and propylene, what we are currently doing from the crude oil source. So, like all the industry players, as I would say, equal stakeholder in the industry, we are also trying to do our part into this sustainability.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatt. This is pretty interesting. I'm going, Mr. Bhatia.
I think
As
Mr. Sharma is also from the raw materials, so I think maybe he likes.
yeah, I would ask him that question, but as I wanted an intermediate like you as an intermediary user,
Please, please.
what do you think? How pivotal or how important the raw material source is for
Raw
taking the
material
next step?
sourcing is one of the most critical area for us, especially the converters.
Yeah.
In packaging for us, particularly in metal packaging in the field where I am, I mean the raw material tin plate, which is the major cost for us, which is about close to 55-60% of the container. So I think it's very important for us how the raw material prices are behaving, how they are doing, any volatility in the price. I mean, you know, in our industry, it's important that these prices are, let's say, fixed for not that every 15 days they change or every month they change. Let it be there for, I mean, we used to have a quarterly pricing earlier, and which was certainly where the industry was well set for that. I mean, the customers also, you know, I mean, for us, they are selling B2B, but we are selling many products which are B2C also. And our customers are, I mean, they are all selling, they are in FMCG and all. So for them, such changes, it's very difficult for them to change their selling prices or the MRP as we call it. I mean, so that frequently. I mean, the raw material is very, very critical for us. It's very important. And how the prices, the stability of the prices, availability of the material in time for the kind of product you need, I think that's the key. That's the key for our survival. I mean, that's the kind of importance which is there.
Okay. Do you think any newer segments or newer technology bringing to change your raw material? Like, you know, I'm not much from the rigid side or the tin side. Like Mr. Bhattu will say that he's already mentioned that, you know, he's using some of the greener solutions into it. But as an user, do you think that this is coming, you know, how do we go into tin? I don't know how tin can be over there more getting into a more kind of a newer structure kind of thing.
No, I think it's important for everyone, all the panelists to really understand and know that, I mean, steel remains steel throughout the life cycle.
Correct.
For us, base is steel.
Yeah.
And it's fully recyclable, 100% recyclable. So from that point of view, we are well placed as a packaging material. Good. And it is very sturdy and it gives a maximum shelf life to the product which is packed therein. So there are the food safety issue, I think one of the panelists mentioned about it. And so which is, I mean, the metal container can provide the best food safety of to any product which is packed therein. So there are a lot of advantages, but it's just the question is where it lags is because of the price of the container as compared to alternate packaging. So there, I think raw material plays a very important role, and also, of course, then how you convert that raw material to a can. I think that's also equally important.
Thank you.
And incidentally, there's a green tin plate you talked about. Yeah. In tin plate, I think Mr. Sharma can give you more details. Yeah. There's a green tin plate which is already produced in Europe now, and they've already started. It has to take a commercial scale, really. But then there are laminated tin plate also, which is available, which is well established over last maybe 20 years now, which is used by certain segment of the industry, where corrosion is a big issue. So there, the laminated plate, which is laminated with plastic and all those things, I think which is already there.
Very nice. Thank you, Mr. Bhatia. Mr. Sharma, I think, you know, I gave enough time to Mr. Bhatia to probably, you know, reply to his question, price, availability. the performance.
Yes, I think when it comes to the importance of raw material, uh, the packaging, I would say is essentially very, very important.
Mm.
Uh, not only for pricing. See, if you see the challenges faced by the packaging industries are primarily to start with, say, on sustainability front.
Right.
Okay, so from sustainability point of view, the role of the substrate is the key. You know, as long because there's a limited value addition going forward on steel, and hence the steel has to be sustainable, and that is where the importance lies at the foremost. You know, then comes the second. You know, in terms of sustainability, when you look at sustainable metal, there are ways we can measure it. You know, second part is monometal, and mostly I would say the sustainable packaging should be kind of monometallic. There should be limitation in terms of mixing of materials within steel or sleek steel along other products. Then it should be something which is naturally recyclable. Then it should be something, it could be probably with limitation or limited petroleum or petroleum free. It could be responsibly manufactured, and it should be also sustainably sourced. So all these things are there, which are to be provided by the substrate makers. Okay, like say larger steel mills or larger substrate makers in the country. So from a clear sustainable point of view, I would say there's a lot of focus and the efforts are to be made by the substrate makers. So hence they're very important. And when it comes to issue of pricing and how we can ensure that the pricing is competitive, well, there are two ways of looking at it. One is, we need to look at the can we reduce the overall cost of packaging by looking at down gauging. There are technologies available in steel, in tin plate now, where you can redesign the cans. You can use thinner substrates. You have DR, you have got continuous annealing technology, you got so much so on forth. Okay, it's not there. And also, we are also going to have going forward this upcoming technologies of polymer coated tin free steel and polymer coated tin plate. We're also looking at green tin plate, which is Mr. Bhatia just mentioned, which is already started on a kind of test run basis in Europe.
Okay.
So on a totality basis, I would say that the cost to the consumer or to the brand owner should be lowest. We have to together work and make sure that the brand owner gets a solution at a fixed cost and meets their own entire, their own requirements in terms of various credentials of packaging. We need to move on from a basic understanding of packaging being a basically container of products to higher levels of packaging needs in terms of sustainability, in terms of brand differentiation, in terms of so on and so forth. It's a huge kind of science itself now. So I would say yes, the bigger role gets played by the substrate players. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. Mr. Patwardhan, probably the question for you is a little bit different. How does raw material important for converting into not only making machines but final conversion of the product? You're mute, I think. Sir, you're mute.
Very sorry. So I was actually trying to give my inputs also. There is a classic example when we are trying to build a machine for PDS atta sector, that is wheat flour getting distributed across Bengal over the ration shops. Okay, and then I think it is the scheme being run by the local government. And then we can see a classic example that the amount of wheat getting wasted due to insufficient thickness of the raw material. Number of deliberations we had with the machine manufacturers and then the policy makers also. But then ultimate aim is to give the atta or the wheat flour at a reasonable price to the needy people is sometime getting diluted. So now after deliberation for having almost 3 to 4 years now with our R&D team, we could develop a machine, no matter what raw material thickness we will get, but then we will definitely provide the machines which can take care of the produce, because ultimately here we are talking about the temperature and pressure, where we'll be having the right sealing. At the same time, we'll be having a gentle treatment to the raw material, that is film, so that there will not be any damages. So whatsoever transportation damages due to the less thickness of the film, that we cannot avoid. But at the same time, being a responsible machine manufacturers, pioneer in this industry, we at least can save the damages, and we can at least reduce the wastages during the machining of the film. But then raw material certainly plays a very important role. But then, as I mentioned 10 minutes before, that now packaging machine manufacturers are coming in picture well in advance, because when people talk about the sustainability, they are taking the concern of the machine manufacturers also, right? So, thank you.
That's a very important point, because it's coming closer. So because always the machine manufacturers were treated, okay, we will have the last minute entry kind of a thing. So everything was developed here. Right now, probably the platform is playing that, okay, let's involve everyone together and see whether this is probably formable to the need of the consumer kind of a thing. End of the day, it's all going to the consumer. Coming back to the consumer,
I know.
What probably, Mr. Bhatia, to you, what today the new age consumer is looking at, or what is the behavior pattern do you see from the new age consumer?
You see, I think the new age consumer obviously looks for convenience in handling the packaging, and of course, along with that is the food safety. I think they are not compromising on the food safety part, and similarly on the how to handle a package and how the consumer convenience is there. That's something. These are two important factors which I think is there. I mean, let me just here tell you, our company started the beverage cans in India in 2007. And these were the cans which is now, I mean, you see for Pepsi, Coke and beer, all these cans, aluminum cans which are there. And so this was a joint venture. And when we started, the market in India was 70 million per annum. And now sitting in 2022, but maybe the demand is about 3 billion, close to 3 billion. I mean, that's the kind of growth. Because you see, what happened is, why I'm mentioning that is that the youth saw a very trendy pack in a can. I mean, they found it that it's very easy, on the go, on the move. They just pick up and use it and throw it. I mean, these are certain things which are important. It's very safe, and so they found it safe and all. So these are the features which would continue to be important for, as we go forward. I think this is what I would like to say.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatia. Mr. Bhattu, what is your feeling about the new age consumer? Maybe you're not directly linked, but somewhere indirectly linked.
No, I'm in that category. So I am the new age youth. We are the new age youth, and as I'm hearing other co-panelists, it's a pleasant change that we are witnessing in terms of their being aware of the hygiene factor, the convenience factor, and as the disposable income with the new consumer in India has grown, their, I would say, aspiration level or their demand level, that is there. They need best in the world, and they do have access to that. So one of the days when we could shove up something to them, okay, this is what it is available, take it or leave it. No. And the newer I would say businesses, many of the new enterprises are offering those newer solutions, both in the form of the product as well in the form of the packaging. And from the environmental point of view, the new consumer is, I would say, as consumer, they may not be that aware, but the awareness program that various Indian companies are running, various agencies or associations are running, even at school level, generally to bring about awareness about not littering, the right use, disposable, at source segregation of the waste. So those are also we see yielding result in terms of the school kids being aware. They are not today's consumers, but in direct consumer. But tomorrow they will be the direct consumer. They would actually today they are influencing the purchase decision. Tomorrow they will be taking the purchase decision. So both that generation of the earning youth population and the upcoming school kids, both are more aware about and more demanding on the product and the packaging. And that not only throws off challenges, but it's very good opportunities in Indian market for the Indian entrepreneurs also.
Great. Mr. Patwardhan, your views in what as a consumer as you see today?
Yes. Yes, I think we are the people. We are very close to the market. Though we are the machine manufacturers, we are not directly having any connect with the consumer. But then the kind of requirements coming to us, there is a shift we can see because of the social media and then the very good awareness created by the social media. Now the Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Very sorry for this disconnection. What we can see is that now the consumers are more aware about the hygiene and safety. For that reason, people are having more demands with regard to metal detector. Now you can understand whenever the goods are getting packed in the machine. Earlier, there was hardly any demand with regard to metal detection. But because ultimately it is a cost added to your overall equipment cost. And then these equipments are very, very costly. But then due to awareness created by the social media and then people becoming more vocal and then the news getting spread within fraction of seconds. So whatsoever available, so people don't want to take a chance because ultimately it's a brand image. So it is, I think, a positive shift that is because of the more awareness and then more aware consumers that is getting shifted. And then we are the machine manufacturers, we are happy that we are getting aligned with the global requirements also. So whatever we do now, it is as per the global standard. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Patwardhan. Mr. Sharma, your views on this?
I have been listening to the kind of co-panelists. See, decoding Indian consumer is the most difficult thing. If you look back, who had thought, they say by 10 years back, maybe 15 years back, India will have a huge population of people using high-end mobiles. Okay, I was looking on one news item yesterday where the India forms a fairly large chunk of the iPhone sales globally. India, in technology terms, Indian consumers have skipped cycles, cycles of technological evolution. If you see in US, there were earlier landlines, then they came cordless phones, then there was pagers for a while, and then came the mobile phones. In India, we simply moved from no phones to mobile phones. So Indian consumers are hungry for global food, global trends, global products. So you have to just bring it and make it available to them. Recently, when I was traveling abroad, I was very surprised to see the water packed in a can. Why would anybody pack water in a tin can? It's kind of going to add to the cost, as Mr. Bhatia just said. But when I came to Punjab, I found the water in a can in a mall in Punjab, and there are people who are buying it. So it's a question of the trends which are in sync with the modern times. Okay, food safety, convenience, these are now hygiene factors. You just cannot say, okay, fine, my product packaging not going to guarantee you food safety and convenience and still buy. People will not touch it. They are just going to go beyond all these things. So we need to provide something which is trendy, global, efficient, optimum size, in right shapes, and with optimum shelf life. We can't offer them now, these guys, boss, I got a metal packaging which is going to last you 20 years. Nobody wants it. No mall owner will want it because you are going to occupy so much of shelf space. So you require somebody which moves very fast, as Mr. Bhatia said, trendy, absolutely in line with the new consumers. And that is what the next gen package is going to provide to them.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. I think you said it right just in time, because even I don't want to see, the same metal can there or any packaged product in the shelf for a longer time, because probably, that says that, okay, this product is probably not moving as fast as the other ones. So as a consumer mentality behavior, we are the ones who, as consumers, drive the change, kind of a thing always, probably. So that's there. Coming to probably, last couple of questions, though we are specifically still on time, is that, Mr. Bhatia, how do you take this net zero pledge? Or, how does your company look at this net zero, or, no emission, low emission, whatever we can frame this as?
No, you see, for us, it is that I mean, I have already asked my people to identify where the emissions are there, or where possibly maybe, I mean, ignorantly we do not know that we are I mean, not I mean, spoiling the environment or whatever it is. Identify the areas where they are there, and then obviously one has to look at the technology available, or the equipments available, or the machines available to really address that. So that's something which is very, very important. Today, ESG, you must have heard the word environment, social governance. I think that has become important for the companies. I mean, we being listed companies, so we have to obviously look at all these things, that how do we address it. So from that point of view, I would say that still, at least in metal packaging, I mean, in plastic, yes, there are many big units who have really done commendable work, not only in India, but overseas also. But in metal packaging, I mean, after closure of Metal Box earlier and those big companies, I mean, still the whole industry is segmented all over the country. And so the companies have still to address the environment and these kind of things, but they are already, there's a huge pressure from the customer. Let me put it this way: the brand owners, they are putting a lot of pressure. So there are a lot of audits which are taking place every month or every alternate months in our companies, and these things are being addressed. So we are obviously looking at identifying the key areas where we think, like we have the traveling ovens. I mean, after printing, you need these ovens for drying of the inks and coatings and lacquers. So there is obviously something going into the air once you dry it. So, I mean, these are the things which we are looking at it, and how we will address it. Obviously, I see that a lot of capital allocation will be going forward. A lot of capital allocation will be increasingly based on sustainability and the performance of the business. I think that's something which is going to happen everywhere.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatia. Mr. Sharma, what is your take? Like, how JSW look at, the net zero pledge, low carbon tech, or whatever the trend, the buzzwords today, which are all flowing across.
Carbon footprint.
Carbon footprint.
Well, Mr. Basu, it's a very, very kind of tough question to answer in a shortest period of time. But I must tell you that, steel industry globally and also in India, it's on a mission. It's on a mission to really look at how the carbon footprints can be brought down further. And incidentally, how it happened that I think after 2015, somewhere in 2019, a lot of almost 160 countries signed the carbon 2050 protocol, and I think 3 countries, I think India, China, and USA did not sign.
No.
So for India, the target is carbon neutrality by 2070. And also the government of India has very clearly kind of taken out a policy for steel industry, where we are looking at reducing the carbon carbon dioxide emission from the current levels to say 2.4 by 2030. And I am told recently, maybe in last 2-3 days, that this target is also being revised now downwards from I think 2.4 to somewhere around 2 or maybe even less than that. So that is going to bring the Indian steel industry absolutely in line with what happens in Europe. That's one. Second is, the industries and also fortunately is consolidated. Like in India, now we have got 4 large groups which operate steel companies. We have got Tata's, we got AMNS, we got JSW, and all these companies have got strong linkage with their parents, where the technology to kind of improve the carbon emission is there. Though the technology is a little expensive as of now, but the roadmap is already there. So steel companies are looking at it in 2 broad ways. One is look at how the carbon dioxide emission can be reduced from current levels. And this is something which is there, the technology is already there. So companies are looking at reducing the first energy transition. Can we kind of consume energy which is more renewable? Then looking at what goes into blast furnace, increase your PCI rates, reduce your look at your reductants rather, and also look at scrap. So these are very broad, easy way to do going forward, where we just change mix that goes into the steel making and come out with a reduced emission steel. So, but that is not going to give us something called zero emission. For zero emission, we need to go to a different way of making steel. We look at maybe producing the entire steel through electric arc furnace instead of using scrap. You also use scrap and DRI. Within DRI, you look at how the DRI is being made, whether it's been made through a gas phase or a coal-based or a hydrogen-based steel making. So hydrogen-based steel making, it's very buzzword, but that is not really the silver bullet as of now, because in hydrogen also we are talking 3 kind of hydrogens. One is what we call gray hydrogen, then it's going to be blue hydrogen, and then what is the green hydrogen.
I know it very well. It's all different sectors.
Yeah.
So
So gray and blue. Gray is basically which is not that great, though it might reduce emission, but it again goes to carbon dioxide gets released out in the environment. In blue one, you are able to use this carbon dioxide. You are capture the carbon and it doesn't go into environment. So that is what we call as blue. And green is when the emission is not there. So green hydrogen is the technology is still in the testing stages. I must tell you, all the steel companies, all of them, India and abroad, are working on advanced stages about how to bring in this green hydrogen into steel making in India. The challenges are that technology is very expensive. Right. So industry is looking at some kind of interventions from other sources. But nevertheless, going forward, I would say maybe another 10 years or so, we should be at par with our global peers in terms of carbon dioxide emissions. So, and metal and tin plate being inherently kind of a green packaging. So I think along with these interventions now, it's going to look at even more greener. So I can call it green packaging. And also recently, Mr. Basu, you'll be surprised to know that the government of India has now instituted a task force to look at not green packaging, to look at natural packaging.
Okay.
People are saying that we don't want now packaging which is green. We are going to beyond that. By looking at packaging which is either natural or something which is almost like natural.
Okay.
So packaging, like say packaging product like say bamboo, husk, bagases and
straws and stuff.
Straw. And that to make sure that those are used to make certain packaging products, and the current packaging products which are like natural are falling closest to those norms also get rated properly differently.
Very interesting, and I know it was a very difficult question because for you it's all driven by energy, and going into that concept of green or producing net zero is really what you said is right. Green hydrogen, I've been working with green hydrogen in many areas in Europe and UK, and it's very, very expensive today It's not probably still in a pilot scale production. It's not yet moved into that segment. Moving over to Mr. Patwardhan, what is your views on this, on net zero? Again, I think Mr.
Yeah,
Patwardhan.
unmute yourself.
No, remote, yeah. Yeah. So I think everybody has to play their role because as I could see that everybody has started talking. But then we as a machine manufacturers, what we see is that our role is with our existing customers, where they are looking for some sustainable solutions where they can reduce their carbon footprint, because they also have the pledge to their management. So we are working with our existing customers so as to see, because as I say that packaging machine in India, it is a pressure and temperature. When we talk about a sealing of a flexible packaging, it is pressure and temperature. So for our liquid machine, that is for the liquid milk and edible oil, now all the machines are liquid chill water free. So whatever chill water need to be provided for the seal cooling. So we have developed a technology where with ambient air itself, you can have a seal cooling. So whatsoever 1 kilowatt or 2 kilowatt per hour load is getting consumed to produce the chill water is eliminated. So we as a responsible machine manufacturers, we have a aspiration that how much we can save with regard to carbon footprints, how we can make net zero with regard to customer commitment to their management. So that is one. Secondly, to all our consumers and customers, we create the awareness that whatsoever reduction we make into per pack, because everybody want to have their artwork as per their brand requirement, and then many times they end up providing more material to accommodate their brand work. So it is not required. So where if we can have 10 mm or 15 mm or 20 mm saving, so that becomes the saving with regard to your raw material also, and then that much amount of waste what we are actually sending it to the open market, that is also getting reduced. Because the kind of load we are having for the disposal, it is again we can calculate that as a carbon footprint, because we don't have the efficient mechanism for the disposal as well as the collection also. So we being a responsible machine manufacturers, whatever monolayer, multi-layer plastic we produce in terms of taking factory trials, we are started taking the trials to convert that plastic into fuel. So we are at very early stage, but then every day myself I am talking to at least 15 to 20 customers, and 365 days my team, they are end up having this kind of deliberation with lot many people here in India as well as outside also. So we are having that pledge, whatsoever we consume, that we will not throw, we will not dispose it, we will try and convert that into fuel. So we have reached to that state that 20% of overall produce is now converted into fuel. But then that is the small step each individual has to walk, so that collectively we can have a goal achieved.
Thank you, Mr. Patwardhan. I think it was very nice to say that, you're trying to reuse whatever the waste you are generating back into the system as a machine manufacturer. I know, okay, the next question, the next comment would be to Mr. Bhattu, because we can still use that back into the system, but for you it's quite difficult to do that. Mr. Bhattu, your points on net zero pledge or low carbon tech.
Yeah, as a company, we are an energy company, and crude is our input. But going forward, the steps that we are taking is that the energy, our own energy consumption should not be fossil fuel based, that if we can transfer our energy consumption to the natural resources. And like if we generally see that the entire carbon, zero carbon emission, the biggest stakeholder is also the energy sector into that. And although in the recent summit, Prime Minister has given the target, not accepted the 2050 target, given the target as 2070. But on one side, there are stakeholders with questions that can we do it by 2070? On the other side, we do hear voices, no, we can actually do it by 2050. And the way I would say the government of India has pushed for EVs. We do what we thought 5 years earlier, 10 years earlier. No, the cost would continue to be prohibitive, and this is not going to take on. But we are actually seeing a different reality now. Every auto company, be it two-wheeler, four-wheeler, even commercial vehicles now jumping into the EV segment, and we actually see those on the ground. But we may not see the Teslas of the world. We'll have our own versions of the EV companies. But what I'm trying to say is that the pace at which we have adopted, we have jumped to the newer technologies, that can surprise all of us once we are talking about green hydrogen and also the solar. What was happening in the solar power sector earlier, it was a prohibitive cost. Now I'm told, I read it somewhere, that 7 of the top upcoming solar plants in the world are in India. We at HMEL, my company, we ourselves are very keen, and we are one of those 7 big projects. We are looking at certain gigawatt of solar energy being generated. We are talking to various state governments for land and all. So we will not be surprised if we see that push and change, drastic change happening even in the green hydrogen segment. So those are the key areas where the drastic change has happened, or it is on the angle, it will be there. And as organization, we are very, very actively not only looking at our emission, but also trying to convert, like wherever we are users of energy, how can we translate that energy to the alternate sources?
Well, that was really amazing, and it's nice to say that solar is something which, as again, we are working. Like our company is working in the solar business for a couple of years now, and we are doing completely different now. You see, rigid, we do something called as flexible solar, which would come up, which is still on a pilot stage, which would come up, means you just put it in a window pane sheet and it draws energy current back into the system. So anyways, those are different systems which is coming up completely over there. Well, I think we are almost at the fag end, Arnab. I think the time, I had one more question, but I thought, if we go on, maybe we would go a little bit on the lunch. It was more, how are we today with relevance to the global market when it comes to packaging? So maybe, Mr. Bhatia, your closing remarks on this in a very, very short span.
I think all the packaging industry, including the raw materials, everyone is fully exposed to the global trends and what is happening globally, and we obviously have to really readjust to the global demands and to the global competition and all, and especially when the government of India has various free trade agreements with the countries where the materials are coming into India duty free and all. I think it's important for all of us to be really competitive from that point of view. I mean, India has a certain advantage on the labor front or whatever, but there are various disadvantages also which Indian industry is facing, especially high cost of power, high cost of capital. So there are various high energy cost, and also I think these are something which has to be that how the Indian industry would be able to compete globally. But we are not absolutely away from what is happening globally. I mean, many packaging companies, they have the presence in the other markets, but those who do not have a presence in the sense that the plants there, but we do export a lot of products. The packaging industry exports a lot of products to various countries, and we are well attuned to all that.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatia. Mr. Bhattu, just the closing on the same lines. What do you think?
It is absolutely correct to state that India is, be it on all fronts, cost of putting up plant, if we compare it with the project like our petrochemical projects, the similar companies in Middle East, in US, certainly Europe, and even the Southeast Asian part, they admit that they cannot put up the such project at these costs what India is able to do in terms of the overall cost of the project. So that is one part, like power costs, other things come later. Secondly, access to technology and adoption to technology. Indian flexible packaging sector is nowhere less in adopting those. India has the latest machines. Every sector we talk about, be it injection molding sector, flexible packaging sector, blow molding sector, top-end machine, best of the machines globally are there in India. Talk about BOPP, BOPT, the kind of expansion, the newer lines that are coming up in India, nowhere in globally those lines are there. And India competes with countries like China in the international market, in the European, US markets on technical products, not commodity products. So Indian entrepreneurs, Indian businesses are very well placed and are conscious that if they have to play in the global market, they have to have the best machines. So we are ready for the work, no issues.
Thank you, Mr. Bhattu. Mr. Sharma, what is your take on the topic?
Yeah, I think the parting remarks is that there's no packaging is good or bad. Every packaging substrate has own unique credentials. So we need to ensure that the credentials are such that it meets this next gen packaging requirement. That's number one. When it comes to specifically to the global standards and whether we can compete globally, whether Indian packaging industry can compete globally, why not? Just from the experience of steel, we have been, Indian steel industry has been competing globally, be it with the lowest cost manufacturer like China. So everywhere. So wherever, Indian industry can kind of put its act together, I don't think there's a need to worry going forward because India had got inherent advantages. We have got the best engineers in the world. Our leadership runs almost, I would say, 15 or 16 out of top 30 global companies. So we have got that inherent talent in India. Coming back to the support in terms of infrastructure, in terms of landing rates, in terms of common policies, well, I would say yes and also no, because this government has been very proactive and we have been seeing very, very good policies being kind of taken out for the industry. But a lot more is kind of desired, the way it says, dil mange more. So we really want to kind of get a little more of that. And last thing is, that why look at global? Why look at the globe? Indian packaging consumption is only 10 kgs per capita.
Exactly.
As compared to 200 or 300 somewhere else. So we have a huge opportunity in India.
Yeah.
We need to go anywhere. We just have to make sure that we get those global products, global packaging norms, global trends, global goods to India, and that is done.
Right.
That is what I want to say.
Absolutely. You said, the Indian packaging demand is nowhere compared to anywhere in the world today. So that's somewhere we have a lot of the. Mr. Patwardhan, your views.
I think, as I said earlier, now we need to have a pledge. So stop procrastinating and then seriously work towards the future, because this is the future, and then we need to build an ecosystem where we actually can complement each other. And then we can invite the young talent, which is missing what I see in this industry, that everybody is running towards the better job. But then packaging is the sunrise industry. And then this industry can actually give the better future to our younger generation also. So I think that awareness is also required. And then all said and done, everything is good. As said by Mr. Sharma also, packaging is need of our, and then packaging is not good and bad, but then it is required thing, because it is giving the required image to our product. Without packaging, it is not possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, all of you, Mr. Bhatia, Mr. Bhattu, Mr. Sharma, Mr. Patwardhan. I think, Arnab, there were some deliberations which you probably have made a note what as the minister
will be coming up with a set of recommendation. We'll be sharing that with you.
Yes.
With Mr. Sharma's quote reminds me of a very important quote from Sherlock that it is not good, it is not bad, but it is as what it is. A recent quote from Sherlock is everything. I was just listening to everything. It's a wonderful discussion and a lot of prominent points we have taken and we have noted down. The only worry that I have as a from an economic perspective of uh, the entire business of sustainability started long time back. We have talked about sustainability with the plastic glass bottles and in various conferences, and uh, I think at the beginning the philosophy of even the three P's has started with a uh, very prominent quote from a Polish poet that if a cannibal uses a fork, will you call it a progress? Now that gives us a kind of a thought that what exactly do we mean by sustainability? In one hand, we were thinking that we are pro sustainability, and on other hand, we are getting targeting zero emission in 2070, which is very far away. And again, we have like Mr. Bhatia has rightly shared that there is a tremendous help from accounting standards like ESG, but there are n number of standards apart from ESGs, and it's important to discuss at various forums that which accounting standards can be used, whether this can be tailor-made and not. Various points have come out that how you're connecting with the consumers, the next gen consumers. Uh, uh, we probably, when we grew up, we have never kind of heard about tagging generations like Generation Z, Generation Alpha. What would be their choice? So that would be a very difficult, I think, stochastic problem for the statistician to understand that. But having said that, it's a wonderful deliberation from all of you, and we are greatly, immensely thankful to Mr. Sanjay Bhatia, Managing Director, Hindustan Tin Works, Mr. Ashwini Sharma, Vice President, JSW Steel Coated Products Limited, JSW Tin Plate, Mr. Malvinder Singh Battu, Head Marketing, Petrochemicals, HMEL, and Mr. Parag Patwardhan, Vice President, Sales and Marketing, Nichrome India Limited. With this, we end this session, and we'll coming back exactly at 2:30 p.m. with Dr. Debashish Bhattacharya.
Only, Arnab, only one thing I would say that the government is giving a lot of focus to packaging now. There's a huge focus on this industry. Indian Institute of Packaging, you must have heard the name. So they are, I mean, headquartered in Mumbai, but they are in Kolkata, they are in Chennai, they are in Hyderabad, so they are in Delhi. So they are producing a lot of professionals, the packaging professionals, as we call it. I think there was in the earlier session, you talked about skill and all those things.
Yeah,
I think this is something which is, I mean, they had been running MTech course on diploma in packaging, but now they are starting BTech also in packaging and MTech. So there's a huge focus from the government, and this is already there. The infrastructure is there. So just see that how Bengal Chamber can really make a use of that.
Sure.
Correct.
I'm sure
I
that
think, sorry, Arnab, to come in over here.
and I'm sure we'll be coming up with sorry, Mr. Basu.
No. I was just adding to Mr. Bhatia. Mr. Bhatia, probably if you continue on the session, there is one of the sessions where a packaging institute is speaking a little bit about them. I think this is on
Standardization of packaging.
Yeah, unity in diversity, which is the session 3. So there's another school called SIA School of Packaging, which spoke even on the first the first event, the last year which we did, and it was very interesting from their viewpoint to see there is what I mentioned, the industry academia connect. We are missing still that link, and probably I am doing some kind of visiting faculty in IIP, And I'm trying to build that platform to build into the Industry Academia Connect. Because otherwise, people, as Mr. Patwardhan said, nobody wants youngsters, nobody wants this job of what, packaging? Okay, no, I'll work for an IT, I'll work for a hotel, I'll work for somewhere else where it's more glamorous or something like that. But end of
Valuation
the day,
is high there. Valuation.
yeah, that's absolutely. So it's something there which doesn't end up. And I chose this line 25 years ago, and I'm pretty happy because I learn every day something new. So, anyways, I think Arnab continues. Sorry to steal the moment.
Thank you. With this, we just come to the end of this session. We are immensely thankful to all of our speakers joined here. And with the hope that next time we'll be doing this thing at a national platform, maybe in Delhi or in Mumbai, and would request all of your presence over there. We are coming up with a set of recommendations which will be shared to all of you, and so that you can also add some points into it. With this, we end this session, and please stay tuned with us. We'll be coming back exactly at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Tomorrow holds great promise and also challenge, but we will make it together. Make tomorrow by fortifying today. Make tomorrow by making people our true strength. Consistently investing in growing our human, social and relationship capital. Building a diverse workforce. Cultivating a culture of inclusion and focusing on safety and health. Empowering communities around us. Building long-term, transparent and trust-based relationships with every stakeholder. Make tomorrow by creating future-ready solutions. With our fully integrated operations, from mining operations, manufacturing plants, and steel processing centers, to our wide range of products and customized services and solutions, we have a steely grip on the future. Our prudent future-focused acquisitions ensure we have a global presence and an expanded suite of capabilities that allow us to unlock the full potential of steel. We're focused on making solutions that serve the needs of industries and individuals. Providing high-quality materials that go beyond steel. Pushing boundaries to create stronger solutions, better solutions. Pushing boundaries of digital technologies to build a smart, connected and seamless value chain. Reinventing how we connect, transact and engage with our customers. And with our strong focus on research and development, we're anticipating and addressing challenges of tomorrow. Working with stakeholders to identify specialized, unconventional solutions that drive sustainability across the value chain. We're making solutions that address climate challenges of today and tomorrow, aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We are working towards being responsible steelmakers. being responsible steel suppliers, and helping our customers make sustainable choices. Tomorrow is ours to create, and together we can make it better, shape it better. Tomorrow holds great promise and also challenge, but we will make it together. Make tomorrow by fortifying today. Make tomorrow by making people our true strength. Consistently investing in growing our human, social and relationship capital. Building a diverse workforce. Cultivating a culture of inclusion and focusing on safety and health. Empowering communities around us. Building long-term, transparent and trust-based relationships with every stakeholder. Make tomorrow by creating future-ready solutions. With our fully integrated operations, from mining operations, manufacturing plants, and steel processing centers, to our wide range of products and customized services and solutions, we have a steely grip on the future. Our prudent future-focused acquisitions ensure we have a global presence and an expanded suite of capabilities that allow us to unlock the full potential of steel. We're focused on making solutions that serve the needs of industries and individuals. Providing high-quality materials that go beyond steel. Pushing boundaries to create stronger solutions, better solutions. Pushing boundaries of digital technologies to build a smart, connected and seamless value chain. Reinventing how we connect, transact and engage with our customers. And with our strong focus on research and development, we're anticipating and addressing challenges of tomorrow, working with stakeholders to identify specialized, unconventional solutions that drive sustainability across the value chain. We're making solutions that address climate challenges of today and tomorrow, aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We are working towards being responsible steelmakers, being responsible steel suppliers, and helping our customers make sustainable choices. Tomorrow is ours to create, and together we can make it better, shape it better. Tomorrow. Tomorrow holds great promise and also challenge, but we will make it together. Make tomorrow by fortifying today. Make tomorrow by making people our true strength. Consistently investing in growing our human, social and relationship capital. Building a diverse workforce. Cultivating a culture of inclusion and focusing on safety and health. Empowering communities around us. Building long-term, transparent and trust-based relationships with every stakeholder. Make tomorrow by creating future-ready solutions. With our fully integrated operations, from mining operations, manufacturing plants, and steel processing centers, to our wide range of products and customized services and solutions, we have a steely grip on the future. Our prudent future-focused acquisitions ensure we have a global presence and an expanded suite of capabilities that allow us to unlock the full potential of steel. We're focused on making solutions that serve the needs of industries and individuals. Providing high-quality materials that go beyond steel. Pushing boundaries to create stronger solutions, better solutions. Pushing boundaries of digital technologies to build a smart, connected and seamless value chain. Reinventing how we connect, transact and engage with our customers. And with our strong focus on research and development, we're anticipating and addressing challenges of tomorrow. Working with stakeholders to identify specialized, unconventional solutions that drive sustainability across the value chain. We're making solutions that address climate challenges of today and tomorrow. Aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, we are working towards being responsible steelmakers, being responsible steel suppliers, and helping our customers make sustainable choices. Tomorrow is ours to create, and together we can make it better, shape it better. Tomorrow holds great promise and also challenge, but we will make it together. Make tomorrow by fortifying today. Make tomorrow by making people our true strength. Consistently investing in growing our human, social and relationship capital. Building a diverse workforce, cultivating a culture of inclusion and focusing on safety and health. Empowering communities around us. Building long-term, transparent and trust-based relationships with every stakeholder. Make tomorrow by creating future-ready solutions. With our fully integrated operations, from mining operations, manufacturing plants, and steel processing centers, to our wide range of products and customized services and solutions, we have a steely grip on the future. Our prudent future-focused acquisitions ensure we have a global presence and an expanded suite of capabilities that allow us to unlock the full potential of steel. We're focused on making solutions that serve the needs of industries and individuals. Providing high-quality materials that go beyond steel. Pushing boundaries to create stronger solutions, better solutions. Pushing boundaries of digital technologies to build a smart, connected and seamless value chain. Reinventing how we connect, transact and engage with our customers. And with our strong focus on research and development, we're anticipating and addressing challenges of tomorrow, working with stakeholders to identify specialized, unconventional solutions that drive sustainability across the value chain. We're making solutions that address climate challenges of today and tomorrow, aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We are working towards being responsible steelmakers, being responsible steel suppliers, and helping our customers make sustainable choices. Tomorrow is ours to create, and together we can make it better, shape it better. holds great promise and also challenge, but we will make it together. Make tomorrow by fortifying today. Make tomorrow by making people our true strength. Consistently investing in growing our human, social and relationship capital. Building a diverse workforce. Cultivating a culture of inclusion and focusing on safety and health. Empowering communities around us. Building long-term, transparent and trust-based relationships with every stakeholder. Make tomorrow by creating future-ready solutions. With our fully integrated operations, from mining operations, manufacturing plants, and steel processing centers, to our wide range of products and customized services and solutions, we have a steely grip on the future. Our prudent future-focused acquisitions ensure we have a global presence and an expanded suite of capabilities that allow us to unlock the full potential of steel. We're focused on making solutions that serve the needs of industries and individuals. Providing high-quality materials that go beyond steel. Pushing boundaries to create stronger solutions, better solutions. Pushing boundaries of digital technologies to build a smart, connected and seamless value chain. Reinventing how we connect, transact and engage with our customers. And with our strong focus on research and development, we're anticipating and addressing challenges of tomorrow. Working with stakeholders to identify specialized, unconventional solutions that drive sustainability across the value chain. We're making solutions that address climate challenges of today and tomorrow, aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We are working towards being responsible steelmakers, being responsible steel suppliers, and helping our customers make sustainable choices. Tomorrow is ours to create, and together we can make it better, shape it better. Tomorrow holds great promise and also challenge, but we will make it together. Make tomorrow by fortifying today. Make tomorrow by making people our true strength. Consistently investing in growing our human, social and relationship capital. building a diverse workforce, cultivating a culture of inclusion and focusing on safety and health, empowering communities around us, building long-term, transparent and trust-based relationships with every stakeholder. Make tomorrow by creating future-ready solutions. With our fully integrated operations, from mining operations, manufacturing plants, and steel processing centers, to our wide range of products and customized services and solutions, we have a steely grip on the future. Our prudent future-focused acquisitions ensure we have a global presence and an expanded suite of capabilities that allow us to unlock the full potential of steel. We're focused on making solutions that serve the needs of industries and individuals. Providing high-quality materials that go beyond steel. Pushing boundaries to create stronger solutions, better solutions. Pushing boundaries of digital technologies to build a smart, connected and seamless value chain. Reinventing how we connect, transact and engage with our customers. And with our strong focus on research and development, we're anticipating and addressing challenges of tomorrow, working with stakeholders to identify specialized, unconventional solutions that drive sustainability across the value chain. We're making solutions that address climate challenges of today and tomorrow, aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We are working towards being responsible steelmakers, being responsible steel suppliers, and helping our customers make sustainable choices. Tomorrow is ours to create, and together we can make it better, shape it better. Tomorrow holds great promise and also challenge, but we will make it together. Make tomorrow by fortifying today. Make tomorrow by making people our true strength, consistently investing in growing our human, social and relationship capital, building a diverse workforce, cultivating a culture of inclusion and focusing on safety and health, empowering communities around us, building long-term, transparent and trust-based relationships with every stakeholder. Make tomorrow by creating future-ready solutions. With our fully integrated operations, from mining operations, manufacturing plants and steel processing centers, to our wide range of products and customized services and solutions, we have a steely grip on the future. Our prudent future-focused acquisitions ensure we have a global presence and an expanded suite of capabilities that allow us to unlock the full potential of steel. We're focused on making solutions that serve the needs of industries and individuals. Providing high-quality materials that go beyond steel. Pushing boundaries to create stronger solutions, better solutions. Pushing boundaries of digital technologies to build a smart, connected and seamless value chain. Reinventing how we connect, transact and engage with our customers. And with our strong focus on research and development, we're anticipating and addressing challenges of tomorrow, working with stakeholders to identify specialized, unconventional solutions that drive sustainability across the value chain. We're making solutions that address climate challenges of today and tomorrow. Aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, we are working towards being responsible steelmakers, being responsible steel suppliers, and helping our customers make sustainable choices. Tomorrow is ours to create, and together we can make it better, shape it better. tomorrow holds great promise and also challenge, but we will make it together. Make tomorrow by fortifying today. Make tomorrow by making people our true strength, consistently investing in growing our human, social and relationship capital, building a diverse workforce, cultivating a culture of inclusion and focusing on safety and health, empowering communities around us, building long-term, transparent and trust-based relationships with every stakeholder. Make tomorrow by creating future-ready solutions. With our fully integrated operations, from mining operations, manufacturing plants, and steel processing centers, to our wide range of products and customized services and solutions, we have a steely grip on the future. Our prudent future-focused acquisitions ensure we have a global presence and an expanded suite of capabilities that allow us to unlock the full potential of steel. We're focused on making solutions that serve the needs of industries and individuals. Providing high-quality materials that go beyond steel. Pushing boundaries to create stronger solutions, better solutions. Pushing boundaries of digital technologies to build a smart, connected and seamless value chain. Reinventing how we connect, transact and engage with our customers. And with our strong focus on research and development, we're anticipating and addressing challenges of tomorrow, working with stakeholders to identify specialized, unconventional solutions that drive sustainability across the value chain. We're making solutions that address climate challenges of today and tomorrow, aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We are working towards being responsible steelmakers, being responsible steel suppliers, and helping our customers make sustainable choices. Tomorrow is ours to create, and together we can make it better, shape it better. Tomorrow holds great promise and also challenge, but we will make it together. Make tomorrow by fortifying today. Make tomorrow by making people our true strength, consistently investing in growing our human, social and relationship capital. Building a diverse workforce, cultivating a culture of inclusion and focusing on safety and health. Empowering communities around us. Building long-term, transparent and trust-based relationships with every stakeholder. Make tomorrow by creating future-ready solutions. With our fully integrated operations, from mining operations, manufacturing plants, and steel processing centers, to our wide range of products and customized services and solutions, we have a steely grip on the future. Our prudent future-focused acquisitions ensure we have a global presence and an expanded suite of capabilities that allow us to unlock the full potential of steel. We're focused on making solutions that serve the needs of industries and individuals. Providing high-quality materials that go beyond steel. Pushing boundaries to create stronger solutions, better solutions. Pushing boundaries of digital technologies to build a smart, connected and seamless value chain. Reinventing how we connect, transact and engage with our customers. And with our strong focus on research and development, we're anticipating and addressing challenges of tomorrow, working with stakeholders to identify specialized, unconventional solutions that drive sustainability across the value chain. We're making solutions that address climate challenges of today and tomorrow, aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We are working towards being responsible steelmakers, being responsible steel suppliers, and helping our customers make sustainable choices. Tomorrow is ours to create, and together we can make it better, shape it better. tomorrow holds great promise and also challenge, but we will make it together. Make tomorrow by fortifying today. Make tomorrow by making people our true strength. Consistently investing in growing our human, social and relationship capital. Building a diverse workforce. Cultivating a culture of inclusion and focusing on safety and health. Empowering communities around us. Building long-term, transparent and trust-based relationships with every stakeholder. Make tomorrow by creating future-ready solutions. With our fully integrated operations, from mining operations, manufacturing plants, and steel processing centers, to our wide range of products and customized services and solutions, we have a steely grip on the future. Our prudent future-focused acquisitions ensure we have a global presence and an expanded suite of capabilities that allow us to unlock the full potential of steel. We're focused on making solutions that serve the needs of industries and individuals. Providing high-quality materials that go beyond steel. Pushing boundaries to create stronger solutions, better solutions. Pushing boundaries of digital technologies to build a smart, connected and seamless value chain. Reinventing how we connect, transact and engage with our customers. And with our strong focus on research and development, we're anticipating and addressing challenges of tomorrow. Working with stakeholders to identify specialized, unconventional solutions that drive sustainability across the value chain. We're making solutions that address climate challenges of today and tomorrow. Aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, we are working towards being responsible steelmakers, being responsible steel suppliers, and helping our customers make sustainable choices. Tomorrow is ours to create, and together we can make it better, shape it better. tomorrow holds great promise and also challenge, but we will make it together. Make tomorrow by fortifying today. Make tomorrow by making people our true strength. Consistently investing in growing our human, social and relationship capital. Building a diverse workforce. Cultivating a culture of inclusion and focusing on safety and health. Empowering communities around us. Building long-term, transparent and trust-based relationships with every stakeholder. Make tomorrow by creating future-ready solutions. With our fully integrated operations, from mining operations, manufacturing plants, and steel processing centers, to our wide range of products and customized services and solutions, we have a steely grip on the future. Our prudent future-focused acquisitions ensure we have a global presence and an expanded suite of capabilities that allow us to unlock the full potential of steel. We're focused on making solutions that serve the needs of industries and individuals. Providing high-quality materials that go beyond steel. Pushing boundaries to create stronger solutions, better solutions. Pushing boundaries of digital technologies to build a smart, connected and seamless value chain. Reinventing how we connect, transact and engage with our customers. And with our strong focus on research and development, we're anticipating and addressing challenges of tomorrow. Working with stakeholders to identify specialized, unconventional solutions that drive sustainability across the value chain. We're making solutions that address climate challenges of today and tomorrow, aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We are working towards being responsible steelmakers, being responsible steel suppliers, and helping our customers make sustainable choices. Tomorrow is ours to create, and together we can make it better, shape it better. holds great promise and also challenge, but we will make it together. Make tomorrow by fortifying today. Make tomorrow by making people our true strength. Consistently investing in growing our human, social and relationship capital. Building a diverse workforce. Cultivating a culture of inclusion and focusing on safety and health. Empowering communities around us. Building long-term, transparent and trust-based relationships with every stakeholder. Make tomorrow by creating future-ready solutions. With our fully integrated operations, from mining operations, manufacturing plants, and steel processing centers, to our wide range of products and customized services and solutions, we have a steely grip on the future. Our prudent future-focused acquisitions ensure we have a global presence and an expanded suite of capabilities that allow us to unlock the full potential of steel. We're focused on making solutions that serve the needs of industries and individuals. Providing high-quality materials that go beyond steel. Pushing boundaries to create stronger solutions, better solutions. Pushing boundaries of digital technologies to build a smart, connected and seamless value chain. Reinventing how we connect, transact and engage with our customers. And with our strong focus on research and development, we're anticipating and addressing challenges of tomorrow. Working with stakeholders to identify specialized, unconventional solutions that drive sustainability across the value chain. We're making solutions that address climate challenges of today and tomorrow, aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We are working towards being responsible steelmakers, being responsible steel suppliers, and helping our customers make sustainable choices. Tomorrow is ours to create, and together we can make it better, shape it better.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back again of our BCC&I Packaging Conclave. We have our guest of honor, Dr. Debashish Bhattacharjee, Mentor of Metals Committee BCC&I and Vice President Technology and New Materials Business, Tata Steel Limited, with us. We have an exclusive fireside chat session with him on sustainable packaging, new materials in metals packaging. The session will be moderated by Mr. Sumit Gupta, Managing Director and Partner, Boston Consulting Group. Over to Mr. Sumit Gupta.
Thank you, Arnab, and a pleasure to be here today and discussing this so relevant topic on new sustainable packaging, new materials in metal packaging with Dr. Bhattacharjee. It's great to be here. So let me get started. We've been talking, Dr. Bhattacharjee, we've been talking about sustainable packaging for long, and this is something which, very different people interpret very, very differently. Let me first of all start a question for the audience. What really is sustainable packaging? How have you seen this evolve over a period of time? And if you were to explain to a layman on the street that this is sustainable packaging, how would you describe it?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you, BCCI, for inviting me and giving me this opportunity. And thank you, Mr. Gupta, for conducting this session and bringing me here. So, sustainable packaging, right? So in terms of materials, it should be a material that has minimum environment footprint, enables the user to serve the purpose of the packaging, which is mostly to preserve, carry, and essentially to preserve for a period during which the enclosed material should remain intact, right? If you look back in history, I think the first packaging material, so to speak, was probably skin, where the nomadic hunters would use skin or leather to carry water, to carry food, etc. Perfectly sustainable packaging. There were animals in plenty. It's a nature product. Doesn't need any carbon dioxide to produce, and is a perfect preservative, right? So there you are. That's my, of course, leather can't be used now in the sense, but we need to use man-made material that have low carbon dioxide footprint, low toxicity, and are completely recyclable. That's the definition to me as packaging, and of course preserves the material inside.
Awesome. And how, if it, you mentioned very, very correctly that this is where actually packaging started in its true sense. But today, if you look at, different materials that are available, we have glass, we have metals, we have flexible packaging, we have rigid plastics, and the list goes on and on. In today's parlance, what would you classify as being sustainable versus not?
Yeah. So again, in today's parlance, what is today, right? Let's again get back. I think the first man-made synthetic material packaging was probably paper, right? Started by the Chinese, made into cardboard by Chinese, and then somewhere in Europe, and it served the purpose, right? Today, of course, you need material that can be mass-produced for the billions of people and for the millions of products, right? Metals clearly are a favorite, both steel and aluminium. And of course, eponymous and ubiquitous plastics, which are available also in the bottom of the ocean today, because of their lack of biodegradability, to a large extent. So that's how the man-made packaging has evolved. And clearly the way forward is not that. Clearly the way forward is a packaging material that can be recycled, that has the minimum adverse impact on environment and on human health. I mean, many packaging materials can be finitely recycled, but are toxic, right? Can have either carcinogenic or something like that, right? So anything that's not carcinogenic, not toxic, can be recycled and is a preservative, right?
That's to me, and man-made, in bulk. Because no matter what you say, we need packaging material to deliver food for the billions, and deliver products in millions of numbers and to billions of people.
So absolutely, brilliantly put. Recyclable, non-toxic, man-made, and can be mass-produced. I think that's a very good way of putting sustainable packaging on the table. Let me move to the topic. Given we are speaking about new materials in metal packaging, Debashish, you've been looking at the new materials business at Tata Steel. Before this, you were the group director R&D at Tata Steel. Materials are what you've been living on for the last many years, and you've been researching on. Now, if we were to look at traditionally metals packaging, one has always been talking about steel, aluminium, and maybe tin to some extent as well. Can you enlighten our audience in terms of, as you think about these new materials, what are these new materials? What's the research happening, and do you see anything evolving for mass use in the years to come?
Yeah, thank you. Very pertinent question, and of course, it has answers at multiple layers, at multiple levels. Let's look at the traditional metal, steel. Steel as packaging has been used for nearly 100 years, right? But of course, steel corrodes. It is not all that impervious to oxygen, etc. Molecules do seep in, especially when the steel is thin. And it is heavier than certain other non-corroding materials, like metals, such as aluminium. So there's been an age-old fight, if you wish, between steel and aluminium. Aluminium being lighter, can be made thinner, and doesn't corrode. So it wins on those counts. Whereas steel is cheaper, definitely, and with increasing technology, it can be made lighter, thinner and lighter. And with coatings, it can be made corrosion resistant. The point is that you want to carry the stuff that is inside the container, not the container itself. So ideal packaging material, if you wish, should be air, right? The point is to move the material that is inside. So you want to make the container itself as thin as possible, as light as possible, right? And corrosion resistant, so that it's impervious to water, vapor, air, oxygen, etc. Now, steel over a period of time could be rolled into thinner and thinner gauges, and of course that meant technology in the upstream to make the steel cleaner and cleaner and cleaner and cleaner. Because then the particles that would cause tear in the cans, if you wish, when they are pressed, those particles become smaller and smaller and smaller, so they can tolerate more thin sections. Over the last 20 years, steel cans have become 30% lighter, right? So, but of course, it's not the only advancement that has happened in technology. Steel cans are coated with tin to give it more proneness to food. Steel cans that then are coated with ECCS, electrolytically coated chromium, to give it further resistance to coating. But then that has hexavalent chromium, right? So the next step of advancement that happened is to get trivalent chromium as a coating. But then there is an additional problem. You then need an additional layer, which is a polymer, which comes on that and gives it the corrosion resistance and the imperviousness to water and oxygen, etc. But then that polymer coating has BCA, right? Which again has a regulation against it in Europe. So you need to develop another polymer, which is non-BCA, right? So Tata Steel, you mentioned our research work earlier. So Tata Steel Europe developed both the trivalent chromium coating and a non-BCA polymer coating called Protract for its packaging steel solution for the European and the American markets. Taking the next step forward, there was not only competition from aluminium to steel,
but both aluminum and steel face competition from paper. Tetra Pak, right? So being lighter, etc., etc. Equally, so you have milk, you have juices being packed in Tetra Pak. But now, of course, the world is more, the Hindi word is Jagruk, more aware. I think that Jagruk is the more powerful word than aware. Some languages have words which are irreplaceable. So more of the world is more aware about recycling, right? It's gone. Of course, health is primary, so that's been taken care of. But now it's recycling, and Tetra Pak is a mess to recycle. I mean, with its multiple layers of coatings, multiple layers of materials, 5 to 7 layers, separating those layers and recycling them separately is a nightmare. So we need to have a solution which is lightweight, biodegradable, and layers which can be easily recycled, right? So here I come to the future that we are building with new materials. So we are building a future with packaging of biodegradable polymer. Now, PLA, polylactic acid, is a biodegradable polymer, which can be mass produced. But the problem with PLA, I don't know if you've ever seen PLA packaging. These are very crinkly packaging. They're a plastic package, almost like cellophane. Very crinkly. When back in Europe, you'll see cabbages and lettuces packaged in this crinkly polymer pack. Those are PLA, right? And they're crinkly, they're brittle, right? So you can't actually make a carry bag or a heavy container with PLA. It'll break, right? So we are developing PLA packaging with graphene embedded in the packaging material, right? Oh, wow. Graphene gives PLA ductility, toughness. So you can now use PLA, which is a biodegradable polymer, take PLA, put graphene in it, and it can carry, a bag of PLA can carry 10, 15 kgs of potatoes very, very easily, right? And it will not break. And it is completely recyclable. If you don't recycle, it is biocompostable, right? So that's what we see as future, using new materials like graphene in biodegradable polymers for one set of packaging solutions. Can you hear me? Hello?
You have to unmute yourself, Mr. Gupta.
No, my apologies, I lost connection.
Could you hear me?
Yes, I could hear you.
Okay. So I finished with saying that you use a biodegradable polymer, but make it usable by using graphene in that polymer, right? So that's a direction forward using new materials.
No, absolutely. I think I heard the full thing. It's how things have evolved, how you're trying PLA with graphene, and these are the advancements I think which will really make some of these new materials come to life and actually make them usable. As we are talking about advancement, one is on material. I hear a lot about nanotechnology being researched very heavily, especially on packaging, metals packaging. Do you see any long-term implications on how this will start getting used in day-to-day, and will this actually provide competitive advantage for, say, Indian players?
Absolutely. So nanomaterials have been around for several decades now, and like any new material, it has a long incubation period to find proper societal use. But now is the time when we are seeing the first large-scale societal use of nanomaterials. We have tried, the world has tried nano zinc oxide in water, nano silver oxide, nano silver in water filtration. It has tried nano zinc oxide, nano silicon oxide in many other applications. And as I mentioned, graphene. Graphene is actually a nanomaterial. It is graphite, which is the same stuff that goes in a lead pencil. Lead pencil has no lead, by the way. It has got graphite. If you take a chunk of graphite and peel off atomic layer by atomic layer, each of these atomic layers is graphene, right? So it is 1 or 2 atomic layers thick. And the way we make it from the two ways of making it. One from graphite itself, or from seed lac. It's the lac. Lac is the sap of a tree, and you can process lac, which is a biomaterial, and process lac to produce graphene, which is again few atomic layers thick, and again few nanometers in width. And this, when properly, we call it functionalized, which means you have some elements, some molecules, or some radicals attached to the graphene and put in polymer. The polymer gets multiple different properties, right? So we have put graphene in rubber, for example, to increase the wear resistance of tires by 3 times. We have increased the wear resistance and the life of conveyor belts, for example, by 3 times by putting graphene in conveyor belt rubber. Similarly, we have put graphene in HDPE, high density polyethylene, and also in PVC. These are in pipes, and also improve the properties, the pressure properties of pipes significantly. And that is the use of nanomaterial like graphene in polylactic acid, which is a polymer for packaging, to make that packaging more amenable to carrying load and carrying stuff that needs prevention of gas infiltration and water vapor infiltration. Of course, further work needs to be done for making it, appropriate for and optimized for, say, milk or juice or other products. But initial work clearly shows that it can actually carry load. Polylactic acid can carry load using graphene.
This is wonderful. The way technology is advancing, and some of these things which we used to hear as being folk tales or big jargons are now actually coming into practice. So this is brilliant. Devashida, as we're moving towards the end, I think we've always seen, especially metal packaging, being always, the technical component of packaging. Whether it's the can jar, it's the can where it's fully used, but in pretty much everything else, it's always the header or the structural component which is there. But now, I keep seeing metals now being like the totally cool new material being used in perfume, cosmetic industry. The reason that I understand is, the good developments that are happening on the metal decoration side or decorating side recently. Any thoughts, how this trend is shaping up, and can this be put to large scale use? Can metals truly become like the sustainable way of packaging, even in the cosmetic industry?
Yeah, absolutely. The printing, or essentially coating technology, is going through vast change. Gone are the days when you need to have a physical metal press. You go from screen printing onto printing using more like laser printing technology. You can print today. You can print solar cells on metal substrate, right? On flexible metal substrate, and roll them up. Right? Gone are the days, of course, the use is still there. Gone are the days when solar cells used to be on glass, rigid, heavy. You can now print solar cells on flexible metal surface. With this sort of technology, you can imagine, actually imagination is the limit what you can do on a metal surface, right? In terms of color, in terms of quality of print, whether the metal is rigid or flexible, real imagination is the limit. So we'll see major evolution in printing technology on metal surface coming up.
Brilliant. I think that's really so good to hear. I think it's always good to have multiple options available, and I think with this advancement in technology now being put to practical use, this opens up many new doors. That brings me, Devashida, to the final question from my end. How do you see the role of this entire metal packaging as a sustainable packaging methodology going forward? I know there are positive aspects to it. There are negative aspects in terms of how metals are created, how there is emission that's happening there. I know you've been involved through the entire process end to end. Would be lovely to get your thoughts on how do you see this evolving now over the next 5 to 7 years?
Yeah. So let me limit my discussion to only metal packaging, since your question is on metal packaging, right? Not forget PLA, right? The number one thing that we have to keep in mind is recyclability. The strength of materials, strength of metals lies in recyclability, right? Aluminium is infinitely recyclable as long as a can becomes a can again, right? So it's within that product. A can cannot be recycled to become car door, right? Because the alloy content will not match. So as long as you have a recycling supply chain and the technology in place for recycling of that particular metal, then that is sustainable, and that needs to be ensured. So it is not only the technology for melting and creating melting, rolling, etc., printing and coating, but also the logistics of the recycling business needs to be in place, right? To make recycling happen and to make metals sustainable. We need to work on the coatings that go both in and outside the packaging to ensure that it's not carcinogenic, it's not toxic to the user, right? And if we have taken these two in, this is not trivial, right? So because we are always pushing the boundaries of cost, we are pushing the boundaries of performance, how long we can keep a material inside, and we're pushing the boundaries of aesthetics, right? You mentioned about cosmetics. So while we are pushing the boundaries on performance, we need to, as we develop further, keep full recyclability in mind and toxicity in mind. Yeah. Thank you. I think that's
wonderful, Devashish. I think this was amazing. Unfortunately, we are towards the end of the time. I would like to really thank you for sharing these wonderful thoughts with us, and really I would say decoding the new materials in sustainable metals packaging for all of us and for the lovely audience that's joined us today. Thanks a lot from all of us here for your lovely thoughts and your time today.
Sir, just before you leave, thank you, Mr. Gupta, thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya. Just before you leave, there is one question from one of the participants. Just wanted to put a thought that, sir, in 2021 there was a significant increase in the particularly in paper segment from different cartoons and box. Will this give a kind of extra opportunities for metals packaging? The GST do you think the GST can play a crucial factor in metals packaging as a substitute of GST pricing?
Okay. So, pricing in terms of taxation.
Taxation, yes, sir.
Yeah. So of course, taxation has its immediate effect. In the short term, taxations can change, as you can see. Every so often, the taxation levels on various products keep changing. So taxation always has its immediate effect in encouraging certain things and discouraging others. However, the long-term effect on long-term usage and sustainability will depend on how green, and when I say green, I mean recyclable, I mean carbon dioxide footprint, both. How green that material and that product in its entirety is, right? So if you're looking at paper packaging for cartons, for example, it perhaps is very recyclable or green. It may be biodegradable. But if you're looking at paper packaging for food items, it probably has multiple layers, and also multiple layers, including polymer layers. They're very difficult to separate, right? And from a long-term perspective, this would be difficult to sustain because they are difficult to recycle and biodegrade. So the answer to your question on GST is that it will have, of course, a short-term effect. But in terms of long-term sustainability of a particular material and a particular packaging solution, you have to look at its recyclability and CO2 footprint, environmental footprint, including toxic.
Thank you, Dr. Bhattacharjee. We are immensely grateful for our guest of honor, Dr. Bhattacharjee, the mentor of the Metals Committee and of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Vice President, Technology and New Materials Business, Tata Steel Limited, to kindly join with us and for a wonderful deliberation on sustainable packaging, new materials and metals packaging. With this, we end this fireside chat session, and we'll be back in few minutes. Please stay tuned with us. And we are also thankful to Mr. Gupta for wonderfully moderating the show. With this, we are ending.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Gupta.
Thank you, Dr. Bhattacharjee.
Thank you. Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back again at BCC&I Packaging Conclave. We have an experts roundtable session with very important dignitaries with us. Professor Prasad Balan Iyer, Director SIS School of Packaging, Mr. Pankaj Poddar, CEO of Cosmo Films, Mr. Praveen Srivastava, Chief of Marketing and Sales, Flat Products, Tata Steel Limited, and Mr. Ravindra N, AGM Materials, Shetron Limited.
Yes.
Sorry for my pronunciation.
Yeah, it's okay.
Shetron Limited. And the session will be moderated by Mr. Sumit Gupta, Managing Director and Partner, Boston Consulting Group. With this, I'll hand it over to Mr. Gupta to take the session forward. Over to Mr. Gupta.
Wonderful. Thanks, Arnab. And really a pleasure to be moderating this esteemed panel across all four of our guests on this very, very important topic as described by Arnab on need for standardization of packaging in India. And it will be lovely to hear all the views from the panelists going forward today. So let me start with Professor Prasad, upfront. Professor, SIS School of Packaging, you pioneer in training students on packaging science and technology. I would really want you to decipher, first of all, this problem statement for our audience. What is the status of the standardization of packaging in India? Do we have any standards? If there are, then what are the typical challenges we are facing to actually implement them? And how do you see these challenges being overcome?
Thank you, Mr. Sumit. I hope I am audible.
Yes, very clear.
Thank you, and thank you to all my co-speakers as well. You see, standardization in packaging has always been existing, and over the years we have seen a lot of standardization. Possibly, when I'm discussing, I'll probably touch three major points. One being that we can standardize through the materials that we use in packaging. We can standardize it through the design that we do, and of course with the package dimensions, right? You see, most of these packages today, when they are going in the secondary and the tertiary form, we are looking at variety reduction, we are looking at space reduction, we are looking at cost reduction as well. So that is one area where package dimensions can be tweaked to standardize the package as well. So for many years, I would say standardization has been happening in the packaging industry. In fact, oftentimes the consumer fails to make a note of these. Look at packaging of milk. There were years in the past when the packaging was glass bottles, right? That was a standard. On one hand, these were advantageous because they were extremely a good barrier. These were returnable packages and very sustainable, right? However, on the other hand, you had a fragile package, you had breakages, you had largely energy-intensive process, you had increased transportation costs as well, right? These bottles had to come back also, right? And when we had advancements in plastic films and sheets, typically, with a form fill seal system, we started packaging the same milk in pouches, right? Less energy intensive, very cheap, I would say lower transportation costs, and that became expendable and single use, right? But largely standardized today with, say, an LDP or an LDP structure, right? So much so that even the Tetra Pak can be considered a standardized structure for a lot of liquid products, including milk today, right? So packaging materials over the years have seen a lot of developments and standardization for different product segments also. Look at the tube segment, for example, right? You had only the aluminium collapsible tubes in one case, right? Today we have plastic laminate tubes, we have co-extruded tubes for multiple segments, right? From pastes to different various segments, including food, right? As regards the standards, Indian standards have also had a lot of effort in terms of developing specifications for various materials here, right? Today we have specifications for, say, a PET bottle for a mineral water. We have specification in the Indian standard for wooden packaging of apples, for example, right? We have a standard, for example, for PET straps, right? For the tertiary packaging, right? So there are standards now. There are basic minimum structures, thicknesses that have been mentioned. The second point that I would want to elaborate is on the packaging design, right? That is also another area where we have had a lot of standardization. One major example is that we have is the folding carton sector, or that's a paperboard sector where we have so many designs of carton shapes, and these are today largely standardized. You have the reverse tuck end, cartons. You have, say, a tuck top, snap lock bottom carton type. You have various associations, including for the corrugated fiberboard industry, which have standardized the basic design for a corrugated fiberboard, right? Like the regulator slotted container. Or on the other hand, we know that there are certain materials, certain flute sizes in corrugated fiber boards which can give compression strength. There are certain flutes which are really good for, say, a good printability, right? So flutes, the box shapes have themselves been standardized by various national and international associations, right? Look at the automotive sector. We have been in touch with one of the companies who are into, say, manufacturing auto parts. And we have seen that 85% of their packages have been returnable, right? They have found that returnable packaging that they have been using is standardized. That being a B2B logistics, they have been able to achieve optimization in costs as well, right? So that is one area. The third point that I had in mind is the logistics, right? When we have these emerging urban logistics, this has actually resulted in shared use distribution facilities, or very dynamic routing, change of routes, and all of them actually favor standardization as well, right? Today, when we talk about volume utilization, when we talk about space maximization, we say that's called a power of cube or power of 3, right? Corrugated fiberboard boxes that we use, the RSC box is about 95% of the boxes that we use today, right? The reason for this being that, we have the lowest board area consumption. So that's a very good example of standardization that has been done. And look at the standardization in pallets, for example. In fact, in the US, the 48-inch, 45-inch, or a 40-inch dimension pallet, they reflect the fact that, they've been chosen to fit in a trailer, right? 2 pallets in one trailer, or probably 3 pallets in a rail car, right? The European pallet is about 800 into 1200 mm, right? So that standard has been chosen for a best fit into European sea containers, right? So what is important to note here is that it's a very great opportunity which can be found in terms of standardization. What is important here to note is that every product is different, right?
Yes.
Typically, today when we have a e-commerce market, when we have immediate internet order fulfillment, and we have such small sizes, these companies have very little types of boxes, and you can see a lot of space wastage, right?
No, absolutely, Professor Prasad. I think very well put, all the 3 points, and that's really defining the need for making standardization come alive in India. Let me move to Mr. Podar. You at Cosmo, you've been bagging awards for excellence on packaging innovation, product development over the last several years. As one really thinks about standardization of packaging, given your experience, what are the different parameters, vectors that one is really talking about? Like, what do you want to standardize in packaging going forward? Any thoughts?
Standardization has a lot of benefits. And before I come to packaging, I will first talk about logistics. Globally, we have seen that trucks are of standard size, and therefore a lot of things are standardized. While in India, what we see is that truck companies just give the basic, engine and just the foundation of the load carrying thing, while everybody makes their own bodies, and therefore there's a lot of non-standardization, and it results in a lot of wastages, a lot of poor planning, and so on. Similarly, in packaging, there is an endless opportunity right now. Obviously, FMCG companies have tried to make their own packagings over the years, but it results in significant wastages. First, coming to our industry, BOPP films, I'll give you some two basic examples. We have textile bags, right? which was initially used for just the packaging of textiles, and later on it started getting used in Rakhi and so many other products, simple bags. Now, over the years, what has happened is, first, I mean, based on the weight carrying capacity, the possibility could have been to make 30, 40, 50 micron. Later on, companies started making 35, 45, 50, and 55 micron. Then started coming 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Perhaps today is a time when you try to make it right from 25 micron to 50 micron, and now with the government's notification, where it says that everything has to be above 50 micron, there's a lot of problem which everybody is facing to now shift to 50 micron.
Yeah.
Right. Because you're so used to different microns, and the very basic problem is that with so many microns, every few hours you're changing the product on the line, and there's so much of wastage of capacity, energy cost, so on and so forth, because you're changing the micron every few hours. Second example is similarly in tapes. Again, tapes is such a simple product. As a consumer, we all feel that tape will be a 1 micron, similar, BOPP tape. There also several microns have been introduced. Europe actually earlier tried to standardize that what should be the standard packaging for different products. So they were trying to, they came with a draft notification, but never got implemented. It was so difficult for any government organization to standardize things. But today, you see that different things are, you talk about biscuits. Some companies are using polyester film, some companies are using BOPP film, some are using something else. You talk about ice creams, you talk about chocolates, anything and everything has a different packaging. Now the bigger challenge which comes here, more than efficiency and all that, because there are a lot of other issues around it, the recycling, which is a need of the hour, right? Because there are so many different materials being used, the recycler does not know what it contains. And therefore, recycling is almost an impossible proposition right now. There's a lot of discussion around that we should shift to monomaterial, which is the first basic step towards better recycling capability for the country. But because there is so much of non-standardization in almost everything, and obviously there are a lot of institutes which are working towards it, the government of India is trying to push for more standardization. But I feel a lot more is possible. And this is not going to happen unless and until there are more and more bodies which are being formed. There are more and more people deployed which design a certain packaging and say that you have to remain within these limits to standardize the products as much as possible. Obviously, companies can differentiate because packaging also creates the value for them in terms of making the product look more special. But at the same time, we have to be mindful that there are so many inefficiencies gets added to the entire exercise. And this is there. I mean, you talk about PET bottles. The water more or less is standardized today. But you see so many juices and cold drinks and so many other things have come on today in the market. They're all following different designs, different shapes. Fortunately, they're not different materials because everything has to be made from polyester. But there's so many issues around it. And this is a very interesting topic. I've never seen any packaging conference talking about standardization. It's good that you raised it. It seems to be an excellent topic to start with on this issue.
Oh, wonderful thoughts, Mr. Poddar. And as you said, how do you balance between customization, standardization, and the need to have variety for the consumer? And that brings me to my next question for a consumer. That's Mr. Ravindra. Ravindra, you have been buying packaging material for long, and at Chetron. And I would really want to get a customer's perspective now on packaging standards. You heard one side from Mr. Poddar in terms of how it can really help the packaging manufacturers in terms of creating efficiencies in the ecosystem. How does it work from your perspective as well?
See, in our company, we are into metal packaging. I don't know. We are into metal packaging. We too face a lot of challenges on the standardization. There's a need of standardization is required even in metal packaging. What is happening now? Each customer are unique in nature. The requirement is unique in nature. Everybody wants different different thickness, different size, different thing. It requires a lot of investment. We are also facing a lot of issues. There are no standards are set in metal packaging. Recent past, what we did, we also, one of the member of this BAS, we did some for metal round cans. We could able to do some standardization in, whereas in other decorative cans, we are facing a lot of issues because each for confectionery, sweet packaging, and others, it's a very difficult to. It a lot of investments are required. So we are facing a lot of issues in this segment. So that is the reason we are wanted to have one committee among our competitors and to create some uh, team to make it standardization. Is what my views.
Wonderful, wonderful. We've heard the manufacturers want to do it, the customers want to do it. I think there is clearly a need that gets established. Uh, Praveen, coming to you, you've been, leading marketing and sales at Tata Steel across multiple product categories, latest one being branded products and retail. How does packaging influence your end product sales? You are directly interacting with retailers, customers. Can standardization actually play a role at enhancing the customer experience, or do you feel it will actually adversely impact you versus your competition?
Hi. Thanks, Amit, and good evening to all of you. So, as a steel producer and as a steel supplier, I have a dual role to play. We also supply steel for packaging industry, whether it is in terms of tin plate, the raw material is steel only, or we supply to the various other metal packers like Mr. Ravindra, directly or indirectly through we reach out to them. But the question that you asked me is, as when we sell our products, and since I'm currently handling the branded products of Tata Steel, this journey of converting commodity into brands, I think packaging plays a very, very important role. Especially the customer that we serve are of two kinds. One is the single time buyer who goes to a retail shop, looks for the product, and depending on various economics and other things, technico-economics, he or she chooses a product. And I think the identity of the product at the retail shop, like any other FMCG brand, plays a very important role, because in India, steel is a largely unorganized market. And if you go to typically it's called a mandi, if you go to a Loha mandi or a iron market, there are a lot of products lying, and the customer has no way to find out which one is better over other. And there the packaging plays a very important role. We have got into this about a few years back, where all our retail products we do some kind of packaging, so that primarily it is to give an identity to the product, that this is a Tata Steel product. And we try to remain consistent over color, the packaging, the size, etc., so that customer doesn't get confused whether he's buying a genuine product or not. My second set of customers are MSMEs, who are repeated buyers. And the same story with them. They don't have source authenticity. They don't know what steel they are buying. So if we are able to provide them identity on the product, the external product. So steel is anyway very involved purchase, where they look for chemical and mechanical composition, etc. But that comes later. On the prima facie, if they are able to see a standard product with a standard packaging, marking, printing, identity on the surface of it, it does help. So a simple answer is it does help if you are able to standardize packaging and reach it out to the customers and convey our message to them through the packaging itself. But in practical, it's a lot of challenge. In India, if you go to a highway, you see a lot of trucks going around and steel is just kept there on them. We take so much effort to make steel and make good quality steel, but a lot part of it gets rusted or gets damaged in transit and all. So when we talk about standardization, I think there is an element of regulation also into it. Like in many developed countries, Western countries, you cannot carry steel or such commodity like product in an open air, which is also a safety concern as well. So I think those elements of standardization should also come in. That whenever a commodity like steel is traveling, it undergoes a standard packaging, standard norms that needs to be followed.
No, brilliant. I think, thanks Praveen for again reinforcing the point that, this really is important from a customer standpoint. It really helps differentiate. And of course, the more you standardize and aid regulation along with it, it can not just help in better selling, but also ensuring the product quality stays on. Actually, one of the things on packaging has always been about recyclability and recycling. And Pankaj, you just mentioned this a few minutes back. So let me come back to you on this one. This is one of the big trends which is really visible globally in the packaging industry. We are seeing multiple companies talk about it. A few who are also taking action on the same. This is also one of the most hotly debated points as to how do you set standards, and you alluded to it when you said that if there are no standards, recycling is very difficult. But at the same time, recyclability also, makes it very difficult in terms of how do you set stringent standards. So, how should the industry think about it? How do we overcome this challenge and get started on this journey?
So see, it starts from conceptualization itself. If I talk about flexible packaging, I mean, obviously sustainability is impacting every industry, whether it is housing industry, whether it is chemical industry, whether it's textile industry. Packaging industry, it's all the more right now having a lot of noise, in spite of the fact that everybody says that plastic is the magic material, it's the lightest material possible. But there's still so much of noise because we see it everywhere. We have made it so light that it becomes very difficult to pick it up and recycle. Having said that, what the whole world is trying to do of late is to shift to monomaterial structures when it comes to flexible packaging. Because if it's more of monomaterial, largely based out of either polypropylene or polyethylene, then it becomes much easier to recycle it. If there are different materials into it, which is nylon, PVC, polyester, polypropylene, polyethylene, all going together, then the temperature properties are very different, and therefore it becomes very difficult to convert them back into granules. So one very clear shift which is happening, at least with the big brands in the world, is that they're shifting towards more and more of monomaterial structures. I think very clearly everybody is also working towards their EPR requirements. There's a lot of end-of-life disposal which is happening for multi-layer packaging, which is either going into the road construction or going for cement kiln, fuel production. Having said that, those could be, I would say, 5 to 10 year solutions. The more the long term is that eventually either we start doing chemical recycling or we do mechanical recycling. No wonder that mechanical recycling will be the best option. However, that certainly means that first is monomaterial, but there are still very larger issues which are not really attacked as yet. One is the moment we try and make the product with a much longer shelf life, 9 months, 12 months, 18 months. That means that you need to put far more barrier properties into the film, either metallization or coatings. And these have their own issues in terms of the recycling of the product. So again, it requires standardization from the government side, whether we should allow products to have barrier properties or shelf life of 3 months or 9 months or 12 months, because the more we want the shelf life, the more barrier properties we have to put, and therefore the sustainability of that material becomes more difficult. But I do not think so that has been such a subject matter as of now. The second is we make packaging very beautiful and put so many different types of inks onto it. That also to some extent impacts the sustainability, because when you try and make granulates again, those colored granulates are very difficult to process because you cannot remove the ink out of the substrate. But these are, I would say, smaller issues. The larger issue is that how we can have more mechanical recycling in the country and in the world, how we can make product structures which are recyclable in nature, and how companies are being promoted to use some of these recyclates back into the product. Now, right now, again, there's not enough clarity whether it has to be there in the food packaging or not. But now the last notification said that the food standards and other standards have to be met, and therefore there's more clarity which needs to come, because majority of the flexible packaging is actually going into the food packaging, therefore those things will be sorted out by the government over the period. Now, when you talk about paper, steel, aluminium, so many other types of packaging material, they're all good. But we again go back to the same debate that plastic has the lowest carbon footprint. It's a matter where you reduce the footprint and at the same time recycle it, there's nothing better than that. But if you're not able to recycle it, then obviously the focus will go back to other types of packaging material, which could be anything and everything.
Wonderful, wonderful. Professor Prasad, I think you've also been thinking a lot about recycling. You want to add anything to what Pankaj just mentioned? You're on mute, sir.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So I agree every bit with Mr. Pankaj. In fact, I think monolayer material, as he said, is a very important example. And one thing that needs to be done majorly today is on how are we going to collect our waste and segregate it, because today we have technologies which can convert, say, a plastic waste to a fuel, or a plastic waste today is being converted to a tile, for example, or garden furniture, roads, as he already told. For this, the waste has to come back. We have to have a system where we have a proper waste collection. And, one very good example which you could see is, a jam bottle today exists not only in glass bottle, but it exists in a plastic cup as well, right? A jam bottle which could be in a glass bottle, amazing barrier, a paper label, and a metal cap. On the other hand, a jam can exist in a plastic cup made of polypropylene. The label could be polypropylene, the cap could be polypropylene. Same family of materials, easier to segregate and recycle, right? I think in the concept and in the design phase itself, we'll have to probably put a lot of thought into how we are going to do. At the same time, as Mr. Pankaj told, this particular plastic for a jam is probably only going to give 9 months of shelf life, whereas the glass bottle is going to give 12 months of shelf life. So, there is a trade-off between, how long you can have a product and, how long, you want to improve or probably improve your barrier, right? And that is what brings in problem. In fact, there is also an option of repurposing some of these materials. If you are not thinking of completely recycling, today we have some of these films getting converted to strands and then getting into the textile industry as well. That is one major area that is now developing. Some of the research is happening, and it's only a matter of collecting these films and sheets and then converting them into mats, converting them into fabrics and textile. That is one of the areas, which could be. So probably repurposing is also one area that could be done. That's what I feel.
No, absolutely. Really brilliant points. I think recycling, repurposing, and also recycling from a perspective that, as both of you were saying, that there are challenges because there are different expectations that different companies have from the same, type of product. And then how do you balance that out it becomes really, really very critical. I think one of the key stakeholders that I have seen is the different investors who have been really driving carbon footprint, climate change, and these topics across the world. And if you really look at them, they are becoming more and more focused on emissions and the environmental goals of different companies. These are now translating into changing needs across the value chain, including packaging requirements as well, and becoming more and more sustainable going forward. And maybe Praveen, I can start with you on this one. How are you seeing this impact playing out, across the value chain, given the investors have become now so centric on climate change and they want action on ground, especially, packaging as well?
Yeah, no, very true. I think this is something which is unavoidable. Uh, Customers, investors, so anyway are looking at your carbon footprint and how you are doing, how green, how soon you want to become green and all. But there are many customers also now who have started asking for that. If you have to give you a good example, a customer like Toyota, whom we serve steel, they come and inspect our yards and our service centers, and they ensure that we don't use any material which is not recycled. And they have moved 100% to iron steel pellets. There's a challenge on supply chain of recycling and bringing it back and all. But just for the sake of sustainability and reducing carbon footprint, they have ensured that 100% of their steel is supplied. None of the steel is supplied on wooden pellet, and 100% is on metal pellet. And they have just made the start. I think metal packing in India is in a very, very nascent stage. But the one big advantage that it gives is on recyclability. 100% of steel can be recyclable and n number of times. If no one else, and steel companies themselves can buy back all the scrap and use it in steel making. So, from that perspective, not so much into food and others, but there are a lot of other industries and segments where metal packaging can provide good solutions. We have to do lightweighting, we have to do convenient to the customer for handling, etc. Recyclability also means retransportation or of the empty pellets or material which can be reused for packaging. But all those ecosystems have to come into place, and it just requires obviously there is a stringent norms on sustainability and carbon footprint, but it requires a willpower of the industry also to do it. If not, then it will be handled through regulation. Some sooner than later, some regulations will come, and these things will become a norm. So to that extent, we find that steel can provide that solution, and we are willing to work with industries on how best we can provide the solution, which is a win-win for them, us, and the customer as well.
Wonderful, wonderful. And I think, as you mentioned, metals packaging is one. And why only metals? Actually, metals, even, some of the flexibles are, going the recycling way. Mr. Ravindra, you mentioned about, on the metal side, you are buying a lot of cans and several other metal products as well. How are you seeing the investor sentiment play out on this as you choose between the different sources of suppliers that are able to, support you on this requirement?
See, we are also in metal packaging. What we are also trying to do a lot of things to reduce the carbon footprint. Like recent past, I can give one example. Earlier, pineapple they used to pack in 0.24 thickness, which we have reduced to 0.18 thickness. So likewise, we are a lot of developments is on to reduce the thickness of the material so that it can sustain and also reduce the carbon footprint. So yeah, we are continuously working towards that. I think as Mr. Praveen rightly said, we are also doing a lot of experiment R&D work towards to reduce this carbon footprint.
Wonderful, wonderful. And it's always good to see innovation coming in and mapping on, some of these big requirements as well. As we think about, innovation, there are multiple things at play. Now we are talking about standardization. We talked about sustainability. We spoke about convenience. We spoke about, features and functionality of packaging solutions. Now it's a complex balance to maintain. And Pankaj, I think you alluded to it earlier, so maybe I'll come back to you on that one. As one thinks about, so many balls in the air, and you have to juggle not just 1, 2, 3, but maybe 5 or 6 different things together to balance this requirement out. How will the industry realistically evolve to get to any form of standardization, balancing so many stakes at the same time? Pradeep, you're on mute.
It is possible only in 3-4 different ways. First is obviously FMCG companies, because assuming that we're talking about flexible packaging, which by far has so much of packaging involved to it, they come forward and decide to standardize the packaging. That could be one way. The second way could be that the manufacturers for these packaging materials take the lead and say that these are the standard solutions and these are the disadvantages. And third is that the government says that, look, there's a need for it and therefore we are coming with these changes. All three are not easy routes. All three involves, because typically what happens is if something has been designed in one way, and if you want to change, then there may be more capex requirements, there may be operational expenses to do it. But at least from a future bleeding perspective, that can be stopped by moving towards more standardization. An effort is required, and we have to understand that the population is growing. We are going to put more pressure on the Mother Earth, and the more we start thinking now, we start acting now. And it does not just boil down to standardization and recycling. Overall sustainability, overall reducing carbon footprint, overall reducing the impact to the environment. They're all such critical matters, and Cosmo has taken several measures. I'm sure a lot of my colleagues here have taken several measures to improve on the way of doing business. But at the same time, whatever we have done is perhaps not good enough. In last 30, 40 years, population has grown multifold. It is going to grow multifold in the next 10, 15 years. And if we don't act now, maybe perhaps it will be too late for our next generation. So yes, there's a very large need for it. And I think one side government is taking its measures, but for government managing such a large country, so many complexities, so many different issues to handle, we expect more out of them. A lot of this has to be done through industry initiatives. A lot of this should be driven by FMCG companies because they are the ones who put the product into the market. They need to come forward, and obviously these FMCG companies also keep meeting together from time to time in different forums. They should start putting sustainability topic and standardization topic as a part of their discussions, so that they can take this discussion forward and try and standardize more, reduce more waste, and so on and so forth.
No, great point. I think that's where the decision making on type of packaging comes from. And if at that level there is a conscious discussion done, perhaps there is a line of sight that someday we will be able to get to some sort of standardization. Praveen, if I may come back to you, there is always this one thing which is told around, the more you standardize, the more efficient you become. However, the more you think about other complexities like introducing recyclability, introducing sustainability as a whole, there's a lot of cost pressure that gets built into the overall packaging cost that you incur. How true is this statement, or do you see that actually all of this could help improve efficiencies and actually lower cost, or is there some downside in that?
No, so they are not conflicting KPIs. They all have to go together. Sustainability, standardization, cost. Ultimately, customer is looking for all this at a standard packaging at a lower cost and with the solution which is sustainable to them. So we'll have to think of ways and means of targeting each one of them. And as I said, it's a complete package. You can't say that our cost is going up, and so customer is not going to pay for the increased cost, or customer is not going to compromise on sustainability going forward. But it definitely has long-term benefits. It has long-term benefits not only from carbon footprint point of view. It has long-term benefit from logistics, from inventory, from manufacturing, storing, everything. I think if you have standards across the supply chain, a lot of inefficiencies can be removed, and that in effect will help in reducing your cost and keeping your product sustainable. So there's no doubt that there is absolutely win-win and huge benefit in the long run if we are able to standardize packaging norms.
Great. Shifting gears, let's assume we are able to nail this problem. We are able to get to some standards set, and actually people are able to adhere to that. How will and Professor Prasad, may be coming to you on this one. How will this help from a supply chain perspective, overall ecosystem perspective? Will this, of course, help improve efficiency? But overall, how will this really help all the partners in the value chain?
I think it will certainly have something for everyone in the value chain. You see, now when we were discussing all these points, what came out here was that standardization has to go hand in hand with sustainability. And as you also rightly put forward, there is packaging convenience on one side and there is packaging functions also on the other side. So be it the raw material manufacturers, be it the material converting industry, be it the user industry or the consumers. Consumer today is aware. Consumer is also aware about what are the rules and regulations that the government is putting in. They are also looking for alternate options, right? Even if you look at, this is something that we had worked upon about 10 years back. I and one of my colleagues, we had worked on something called as 12 principles of green packaging. And what we came up with was very similar to what we have in green chemistry. And these were some ready reckoners for, what are the areas that you could work on, so that you can not only, have sustainable packaging, but also standardize some of these packages. And some of the points that we touched upon in that paper was, reducing or eliminating hazardous substances, or using raw material of greener stock or greener origin, right? Feedstock of renewable source sometimes. One very important aspect in terms of standardization is that the packaging design that we are talking about has to be thought about right from the time, the concept of the package is being worked upon, right? We say that you can select a packaging material based on its disposability, right? So that at the end of life, what is going to happen to this material. There is also a great concept of green design, which is existing today internationally, where people are working towards ergonomics, people are working towards reducing the materials, substituting it with alternate materials as well. On one hand, we are working on packaging machinery segments. So machine segments also are going to play a very important role, because the same machines are going to be capable of handling not only say lesser thickness packaging material, but probably a biodegradable packaging material as well, right? So you need to have packaging machines, machinery manufacturers also coming to the system. So what I would feel is that every person in the supply chain has a big role to play. And overall, with standardization, I think we are going to even achieve some of our sustainability goals that we have set out in terms of material consumption and in terms of carbon footprint.
Wonderful. I see you're speaking about the supply chain and how this becomes a crucial element of getting set up. Ravindra, coming to you, cans have one of the most amazing end-to-end supply chain setup with recycling happening not at 10-20, but we're talking about 70-80+% level depending on the geography that you're talking about. Any thoughts why this has happened for can? Why we've not been able to replicate this for some of the other materials? And while I'm starting with Ravindra, this is one question which is very close to my heart, so I would be open to hearing from the others as well. But first to you, Ravindra.
Sorry, can you repeat? Sorry, I was...
My question was that in cans, we've been able to get such a good supply chain setup where recycling is really at a very high level to the tune of 70-80%, depending on the geography that you're talking about, sometimes even higher. Why have we not been able to replicate that for some of the other products, or what's so special about cans?
Cans is it is 100% recyclable. It is actually being recycled. Even each and every household, if they return back, if they can able to return these cans, it can be recyclable easily. I think as you rightly said, it's around 70-80% being recycled. Whereas other packaging material like plastic or paper also it's being recyclable. Like metal, paper is also getting recycled. Only plastic, I'm not sure much about. I don't have much knowledge about that. But definitely, can is 100% recyclable.
Yeah, and maybe on this one, Praveen, Pankaj, would be useful to hear from one of you as well. I think was it the standard set on the can side that now make it so easy to recycle? Is it the one material philosophy that I think one of you were alluding to, which again makes it easy to recycle? Is it the smelters that have been set up across the world by some of the large aluminium manufacturers, which makes it easier to happen? Any thoughts on those?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously it's a mono-material structure and it's much heavier. So the people who lift this material or the waste, they're happy to do it. So one side it is recycled. On the other side, we all know that plastic is the lightest and therefore has the lowest carbon footprint and provides a lot of good properties which are required for packaging. So there are pros and cons of everything, and so is the case of pen and plastic and paper. But absolutely, as Ravindraji said, that it is fully recyclable. In fact, the country should try and adopt 100% recyclability rather than 70-80%, which should be practically possible when it comes to pen.
Wonderful, wonderful. I think that's great to hear. We've spoken a lot about India, and of course, we stay here, we live here. However, there's a larger world which is at play. We did hear that some of the European nations have tried out standardization in the past. Sometimes successful, sometimes not. India is also now being considered as a big export destination or export opportunity for multiple destinations across the world. Now, as we think about the local opportunity, as we think about the global opportunity, how critical would it be for packaging manufacturers to adopt some of these standards being set so that they can really export at large scale?
I mean, Sumit, this question is for which panelist?
This is open for all, but Pankaj, given you have taken the mic, I would say you should start with it. I could see Praveen smiling, so I'm assuming he also wants to answer. So we'll start with you and then go to Praveen.
Yeah, Praveen, yeah, please.
No, so India, especially the segment that I serve, which is the MSME, they are becoming big export centers, and India is doing a lot of exports through them. Whether they like it or not, they have to accept the packaging norms that the international customers of theirs ask for, whether they are auto components or fabricators or many small products that they make. And I think that has a very good rubbing effect on the Indian economy or the Indian packaging industry, because once they get used to, because they need to do investment, they need to make people skillful to do that kind of packaging. And once they learn those tricks of the trade, I think that will have a rub-off effect on the domestic supplies as well. And so the idea is that if we can learn, if we can benchmark the best of the global practices, which by force is coming to India. It's not designed like that, but because of China Plus One policy or the competitiveness of Indian MSME segment today, these are the norms and the standards which are walking into the Indian market just now. And these MSMEs are getting skilled and doing investment to make that happen. I think we should use the benchmarks from there and use them to do some standardization of packaging in India. I think that's a wonderful opportunity and a latent benefit of exporting so much from India.
Pankaj, you want to add on the export opportunity for packaging players as well from a standardization perspective? How will this help?
Yes, so See, I'm not sure that is going to cause a lot of difference for the Indian companies because Indian companies know what's going on in which market, and therefore they are able to produce products which are required for the export market. I think it's right now more about the more the world is standardized. And I'll tell you again about the film, the segment which we operate. Japan and Korea are very different markets from the rest of the world, right? For Japan and Korea, for virtually everything, they have got a different either micron or a different size or a different slip property or whatever, right? And therefore it becomes so difficult, and maybe they have done it intentionally so that imports do not come that easily in those two countries. However, when we talk about rest of the world, they are to a large extent standardized when it comes to just film. But there also, if you see the prevalent practices, Europe is more polypropylene based flexible packaging market. America is more polyethylene specific packaging market, while China is more polyester, polyethylene, and India is also a mix of multiple materials. So different parts of the world have different standardization. Indian exporters in general have found ways and means, but the more the world is standardized, obviously the global trade will get promoted more. You will have more opportunities to export. Things will become easier to follow, assuming that if English is becomes the only language, or Hindi becomes the only language to speak all over the world, the life becomes so much easier. Same way is to packaging, that if everything becomes similar, it will be so much easier. You have different sockets in every part of the world, and you have to carry all those sockets along with you. That's such a stupidity and so much pain to carry every time. But unfortunately, we have those non-standardizations causing these problems.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, and maybe in a bit of non-standardization lies a bit of our competitive edge as well. I think very, very well said. As one is thinking about the evolution of packaging. See, I think if one looks at India, different types of packaging material are at play, and we spoke about metals, we spoke about paper, we spoke about flexible plastics as well. I think different materials have very, very different applications. But as we think about from a standardization perspective, and going to Professor Prasad, do you feel any one type of packaging material is more tuned to setting some of these standards versus the other, or this will be an equivalent struggle across all of the different types of materials?
I think I would go any day with plastics, right? For the sheer amount of versatility that it offers, right? Another important point that I would make is that whatever be your product, ultimately the packaging material that we choose is entirely dependent on the compatibility with the product, right? Sometimes it becomes very difficult for us to fit a material to a product because you have issues of product getting scalping into the packaging material, or packaging material coming into migrating into the product, right? So it is very difficult to choose only one material for most of the cases. But I think with different varieties of products, we will have to choose one of the best material that fits cost-wise, process-wise, and possibly standardization-wise. And we'll see if we can use that across sectors. Possibly we'll have to have associations, industry, academia, research coming together to see, which provides the best option for a set family of products going forward. So possibly that could be one of the areas. In fact, we are working closely with the World Packaging Organization, and they have come up with something called as a design for recycling guide for packaging. I think that is one document that is globally now being converted to many languages. So soon we will be bringing that out in Hindi as well for the Indian market.
Brilliant, brilliant. I think that's well put. Gentlemen, that brings me to the last question of the day, and I'll open it up for inputs from all the esteemed panel members. We spoke about a number of things around sustainability. We spoke about different types of material that go into, from a standardization perspective, customer value chain, ecosystem. As you think about regulation, as you think about government interventions, what are the enablers that say the government or associations, etc., could set in place to fast forward the journey towards standardization? And I would maybe start with Praveen first.
Yeah, so as I said, regulation will be required. I can talk about metal packing because that is the industry I am in, and almost it is non-existent today. There's no standardization of any metal packing that is done on the metal that we use in the marketplace. So today it is left to the individual manufacturers, whatever they find convenient, both in terms of cost, inventory, and logistics. They use that, including us. Whatever we find is most suitable to reach out material to the customers, we use that. So I think various industries, have to, if I have to think aloud, the cluster of industries have to get together and do it for their industry. I know food industry is absolutely different than a textile industry, and then so similarly metal industry, I would believe that and associated industries, we have to get together and drive it through, and there will be some amount of regulation which will be required to push it through into the system.
Mr. Ravindra?
Yeah, from our metal packaging industry, for food industry, government has already made some standards through BIS, which is already in place. Only for non-food area, a lot of some standards are not set. I think there we need to work closely among all manufacturers and set the standard. That is what I feel.
Got it. Pankaj?
So I feel a lot of work has to be done. It has to be done at a global level. It has to be done at a country level. It has to be done at the government level. It has to be done at the FMCG brands level. It has to be done at the manufacturer level. It's a direction good that last 5-6 years we started talking about sustainability, and we do see a lot of work happening there. When Modi ji talked about solar, that time India's solar production was hardly anything, and today. So I think it has to start from the global leaders, country leaders, and then it has to percolate down to various levels. But I feel that, the discussions have started. It's just the beginning of the journey. A lot more is to be done through several forums, through government discussions, through policy interventions, through companies coming together and trying to make things standardized, make them more recyclable. But one thing is clear. If we don't act now, we'll make it very, very difficult for our children and grandchildren to live on this earth. So better now than never.
Brilliantly put. Professor Prasad, final words?
Yes. So I agree with, I think, all of them. In fact, one major benefit that standardization brings is that we would probably end up with very few materials to use in our day-to-day life. And that is also one of the reasons which would help us to better deal with recycling, better deal with repurposing as well. So I think dialogue is very important. We have to have dialogue between all the stakeholders, probably interaction between associations, industry, and find out what is it that these industries have been using and what is the best going forward, right? Industry sector wise. So I think that is my point.
Wonderful. It's been truly brilliant to be here today, and hear these great views from all our esteemed panelists. Really thankful to you. I think if I was to just summarize in one line, standardization in packaging is something which is the need of an hour. Helps us from an efficiency standpoint, from a customer experience standpoint, ecosystem standpoint. And this is something which will require large scale action, not just from one or two parties involved, but the full ecosystem across, right from suppliers to end customers and the government and the influencers as well. Thanks a lot, everyone, for your time today. Hopefully, the audience enjoyed the conversation and looking forward to another time soon. Arnab, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta, and for wonderfully moderating this session. And of course, we will be coming up with a set of recommendations that we will be sharing with Ministry of Commerce and Industry. And I'll share our findings with you for all the deliberations of today. And we are thankful for joining with us, Professor Prasad Balan Iyer, Mr. Pankaj Poddar, Mr. Praveen Srivastava, Mr. Ravindra N, despite of your busy schedule. And with this, we end this session on the need of standardization of packaging in India, and also conclude the day-long session of BCC&I Packaging Conclave. We have covered a lot of important issues over here, and of course, our set of recommendations we hope will help the industry to run smoothly and also take care of the next generations, of course, our sons and grandchildren. With this hope, we just end we are thankful to all the participants for being with us, a couple of our press friends to be with us, and all the speakers and all the moderators. On behalf of Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we thank you all. With this, we conclude the BCC&I Conclave on packaging. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.